Hello, hello, peace, peace, peace. Shout out to everybody in the building. Hello. I know, I know. Um, I forgot who sent me this, but I wanted to do this now. They sent this to me. Oshay and them is live now. Hello, hello, peace, peace, peace. Oh, forgot to do that. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. We about to start this over from the beginning. Let's see.
Implying that.
Can you hear the stream? Comment if you hear the stream. This is a special stream, special event. It's going good, John Smith. It's going good. Make sure y'all supporting the stream any way y'all can. Thumbs up, all that. Oh.
Shout out to LTTV.
Shout out to LTTV.
Salute to LTTV in the building, man.
Shout out to brother LTTV.
Shout out to LTTV.
Nobody's LT, and I'm certainly not implying that.
LT cooking your ass.
Wait, time out real quick. Shout out to Justin Marsh, my first moderator. He just came through and gifted people 20 memberships. Family, if Justin Marsh gifted you 20 memberships, make sure you thank him and make sure you keep it going. Make sure you thank him and make sure you keep it going. Everybody in the building, make sure y'all thank Justin Marsh for all his support that he's been showing. Make sure y'all do that. Much appreciated, bro. Thank you for always coming through like the way you do. Salute. Can you hear it now, John Smith? Salute. Shout out to Lee D. Clinton in the building. Shout out to Lee D. Clinton in the building. Yeah. I forgot who sent me this, but we definitely salute, bro. Yeah, I forgot who sent me this, but they just emailed this to me and they said Oshay Duke Jackson is attack at Afro Think Tank. So yeah, we're gonna go over this. Shout out to the visionary in the building. You already know red, black, and green, BYB. That's how we carrying it. Shout out to Romario in the building. All right, so cool. You can hear it now. All right, I'm gonna play it a little bit more. Let's see if we can get to this because I just started it over. Like they say still live, but I just wanted to start it over because I wanted to see what's going on from the beginning.
LTTV, whatever his channel name is called. I'm sorry for being the.
You already know. We team Afro Think Tank over here. Shout out to the brother Afro Think Tank. Make sure y'all go subscribe to his
Y'all
channel.
want to keep up with the news and just shit be going on, subscribe to LTTV. That nigga know everything about everything. I ain't gonna lie.
Peace, Black Adam. Peace to the chat. Peace, everybody.
What's going on, everybody? This is Afro Think Tank. I have a problem with something Oshay Duke Jackson is doing, okay? I got a big problem with something he's doing. So because I know he won't stop doing it, let me clarify for anybody that's paying attention what's going on, all right? Now, Oshay is currently at war, all right, with a bunch of what he likes to refer to as keyboard Pan-Africans, right?
Oh yeah, let me pause that again. I don't know who this dude LT is. I never seen this person before, never heard of him. But again, somebody sent this to me. Oshay was on his platform attacking Afro Think Tank, and he was doing it for Tariq Nasheed. Oh, shout out to Madison in the building. Yeah, we definitely gotta see what this is about. Shout out to you. But yeah, let's keep it going. Did I mute him, or is he just mute himself?
Right? Keyboard Pan-Africans. Now, I understand what he's saying, right? He's talking about those Africans who leave their country, come to America, the UK, various different places, and never go back ever unless they go to a vacation a couple weeks, right? And then they go back to their comforts of the West. Because once they get a taste of McDonald's and Taco Bell and goddamn comfortable pillows and shit, that is it. They never going back to Africa, right? And usually these are the ones in the workplace that will sit there and tell an African American how terrible their country is in real life. Terrible. I mean, absolutely terrible, right? But then they will get online when an African American regurgitates the exact same thing that they were just telling all of their freaking coworkers about their country, and because it's being said online, they're embarrassed. So then all of a sudden they act like they're for their country, right? And the problem is there's a lot of diasporan Africans, not all of them, obviously, but there's always a few of them, right? That they just got this thing to where they don't.
I want to stop the brother real quick, Afro Think Tank, and I want to speak on that about Oshay claiming that there's people who go and talk about how terrible Africa is, and now they only mad because people who they told Africa was terrible are just repeating it online. I have not seen that. I don't know anything about that. But what I do know something about is Black Americans complaining about how bad the Black community is online and offline to everybody. And then now they complaining, and then now they try to complain when they say they heard an African say it. Mind you, a lot of the stuff that people be crying about, that, oh, look, this African said this, and this is anti-Black. This is somebody repeating something that they was taught by somebody who was a native Black American. Remember, Tariq and all those other bozos was the biggest attackers of native Black Americans. This is how I first got into smoke with them, because they was constantly attacking Black people in America to put them down, to big up Black immigrants. In fact, shout out to the sister, Dr. I think her name is Christina Gia. She talked about this in her book, Black Ethnics, about how Black people constantly put the Black community, the American Black community, down all the time, and how they big up and put other immigrant groups on a pedestal. So that's something that was going on in America. That's something that I know for a fact was Black people was doing, especially a lot of these FBA bozos. They was doing that. They was doing that big time. And then now they try to get performative and be like, oh, did you hear what that person said? Mind you, this is stuff that they say all the time. This is stuff that they was teaching people. Even when they be trying to attack Black immigrants while pointing to something that a Black immigrant conservative said. Who taught them that? Who taught them that? A native Black American conservative. That's who they taught. Who taught them that? That's who they repeating. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Oh, shout out to East Coast Kev in the building. Yeah, I'm up, bro, early. Shout out to Benevolent. And oh yeah, I still got you. Salute for all the job. Salute. 350, yo. Salute. Yeah, let's keep it going. Oh, you said 5 point star said that he's a bozo. I mean, he a goofball. Well, we gonna see. Shout out to everybody in the building. Yeah, I don't know. We gonna see. Well, let's keep it going.
Don't want anybody to talk about the shit in their country, the whole literal reason why they're in another country, because nobody leaves the country that they love unless they have to. Nobody leaves a country that they're proud of unless they absolutely have to, and they have to for a reason. But here's my problem. So I don't have a problem about, you know, who he's battling and why he's battling it, because he is not wrong. He may be an asshole, yeah, but he ain't wrong about nothing, not a word that he's saying, because everything he's saying about the.
Okay, I'm not mute. That's LT. He muted himself, so he's talking and nobody can hear him. He muted himself. Okay. You said Afro think tank is half Filipino? Okay, that's cool. Exactly. But we about to speed this up because bro is on mute real quick. He on mute. So we got to see what's going on. You said no, he isn't. All right, cool. Like I said, either way, whether he is or he isn't, I don't care. I salute the brother. He putting in good work. That's it. All right, cool. So the boy got his mic mute, but he got the sound effects on. Come on now, this ain't it. This is not it. This is not it. This is not it. Salute, Jackie.
I wasn't muted, chat. I was not muted. My mic, everything was on. I checked the levels. It was not muted. It was dumbass OBS. Once again, reverting back to the default settings when I clearly told y'all when it comes to the settings OBS, don't fucking touch me! Leave it alone. I don't know why I restart my computer and OBS just starts acting like a motherfucking weirdo. And it's like, bro, what are you doing? Keep things the same, motherfucking niggas gotta stream. But for some dumbass reason, OBS wants me to lose my train of thought, lose the speeches that I already gave because I was on mute.
I'm not gonna be too mad at the brother because that be happening to me when the thing just go crazy, and the next thing you know, nobody hear me, and I'm like, oh man, I'm on mute. You said he from Toronto? All right, cool. We gonna see what he got to say. I know that. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I said. Like, I don't know why this 5-point star said that he had Filipino. I'm like, I don't know if that's true or not. And even if it was true, I wouldn't care. But let's get back to this.
And nobody's updated me and said, yeah, you can hear me now, but I damn well know that y'all can hear me. This is some bullshit. This is some absolute bullshit. Now, I'm not going to pull this back, pause, to try to remember what I was going to say based on the points that he was saying. I'm going to remember off the strength of it. Fuck it. It's not going to be verbatim, obviously. It's going to be paraphrased what I said prior. But it seems to me as if Afro Think Tank only has a problem with the labeling of the people that Oshay's going at. He doesn't have a problem with the message. He doesn't have a problem with the delivery. He said he's rude. He doesn't give a fuck about that. It's the labeling. He's labeling these folks Pan-Africanists, going at Pan-Africanism based on these folks, saying they're practicing Pan-Africanism. These are the Pan-Africanists that are doing X, Y, and Z, scam and fraud, and whatever the hell he's calling them out for. I haven't seen the videos in which he's relating to or he's referring to, but that's what he's calling out. So if you're mislabeling people, you will come at a wave incorrectly. It's like when folks tried to say that I was mislabeling travelers as passport bros, but damn well know that these folks were passport bros to just lying and gaslighting.
Shout out to Benevolent. The reason why they was doing it is because they was anti-black. See, a lot of people who claim to be pro-black are really anti-black. And they just sit around attacking the black community all day. And crying about why can't the black community be more like the white community. That's all. That's all. Hey, Lee, what's up? That was you who sent me this video, Lee? Because somebody sent it to me. I think it was you. Shout out to RBG for the win in the building. But yeah, let me let this bro finish his build on this. Oh, it was you. Shout out to Lee. Lee be sending me some good stuff. Shout out to Lee. And also, family, my DMs is always open. Email address in the description box below. Y'all can send me stuff too. I might see it. I might not see it. I might get to it. I might not get to it. But if you send something and you donate, I will definitely see it and I will definitely be able to get to it. But salute. Let's keep going.
but it's different. What the fuck was that? Oh, okay.
Corruption, the way business is done, and the lack of opportunities for the people on the continent, everything he's saying is correct, even though he's an asshole. The problem that I have is that he's calling them keyboard Pan-Africans. The problem I have with Oshay, who keeps calling himself a Pan-African, is that he continues to brand Pan-Africanism as a negative thing, it seemingly every time he gets an opportunity, which is odd for somebody calling himself a Pan-African.
That makes zero sense to me. That's where I'm like, I got to speak on this because this makes no sense. If you're going to be a Pan-African, why are you calling out all Pan-Africans and trying to make the label as it's some fraudulent shit? Unless there is some people that are actually under the label of Pan-Africanism actually scamming and frauding, and Oshay is representing that label, and he wants to call out the motherfuckers that are frauding because then it's gonna suggest that they're all frauds.
That's not true. Oshay is doing this because he's FBA. Oshay is not Pan-Africanist. Oshay is only claiming Pan-Africanism so he could get away with attacking it. It's the same thing Oshay was doing before. He was cooning and buffooning because that's how he blew up on the internet. For all you who don't know, Oshay blew up on the internet by justifying black people being killed by racist white people. That's how Oshay got famous on the internet. That's how he got famous. And he rode that wave, and then he jumped on the gender warring wave. And then he tried to grift his way into the pro-black space by claiming to actually be pro-black. He was just calling out some of the bad behavior he saw in the community. Like I said earlier, you got a lot of these people who try to come under the pro-black umbrella or use that label, and all they did was attack the black community all day. That's all they did. It's the same thing now. Now Oshay is magically a Pan-Africanist, but surprise, surprise, all he does is attack Pan-Africanism all day and lie on it. But yeah, let's keep this going.
And it's like, oh, this whole ideology is just scamming. It's just fraudulent. So let me call out the people that are actually frauds so we can clean up the field. I don't actually know. Let's get into it.
To label these individuals Pan-African when they are clearly not Pan-African is propaganda. You understand? Pan-Africanism is not a club, and Oshay is smart enough to know that. Therefore, he must be doing it on purpose. Therefore, what is his agenda? Are you here?
It's true. It's not a club. It's an ideology. We're going to speak about the FBA movement of lineage. We're going to get into that because I know some folks have been calling me out and being like, yeah, I'm bringing more attention to the idiocy by even speaking about it. But I have to call this shit out because folks are really acting like I'm disrespecting. Shout out to Call Obsidian Plays 626 with the chat pass membership. Now, folks are acting like I'm disparaging Black Americans or African Americans, and it's like, no, it's FBA specifically. It's this dumbass movement.
All right, so the dude can't be too much of a bozo. LT is against FBA, so he can't be too much of a bozo, but we're going to let him keep going.
African Americans, Black, any type of Black I stand with. I'm not disparaging Ghanaians, Black Americans, Nigerians, nobody. So when they say stupid shit like that, it's like y'all are trying to be deflective because I'm calling out your stupid cult. Your dumbass cult started by Tariq Nasheed. All these other folks are divisive. Then why the fuck is every time I hear from you motherfuckers, you niggas are talking about y'all ain't taking shit while you're shitting on other Black groups? But we're going to get into that shortly.
If you are a Pan-African, Oshay, why are you labeling Pan-African with negativity while uplifting and bolstering FBA, which is a legitimate xenophobic hate group?
Let me turn this nigga up. Shout out to Afro Think Tank. Oh, shit. I maxed the volume. I should have turned it up in pre-production. Nonetheless, let's get it.
You know it is Pan-African with negativity while uplifting and bolstering FBA, which is a legitimate xenophobic hate group.
Now, this is an African American, Black American. If the foundationals want to act like, oh, he's not one of them, he's a tether. No, this is an African American. This is an American Black man. Y'all can try to do all this bullshit and this gaslighting fuckery. He sees through the bullshit.
You know it is. But for monetary reasons, you don't go negative with FBA. But for some reason, the unifying force of Pan-Africanism, the ideology of Pan-African, you chose to attach to xenophobic diaspora Africans who take advantage of the benefits that other people have laid down before they got there. You are confusing the message for your subscribers who are already confused on what Pan-Africanism is. Pan-African, you can't be a Pan-African if you're not a Pan-African. None of these people that Oshay talks about are Pan-Africans. None of these people that Oshay talks about displays any Pan-African ideology.
Now, shout out to Afro Think Tank and shout out to Oshay Duke Jackson. None of this is some sort of hit piece or let's tear these motherfuckers down. This is just a disagreement in ideas.
None of these people even call themselves a Pan-African, and they do their fucking lying. All right, because the only way you can be a Pan-African is to be Pan-African. Pan-Africanism is an ascension. If you are in fact a Pan-African, you've already ascended past the ego. You already ascended. You already know how to conflict resolute. You've already done all these steps. To be a Pan-African is to be on the top of your unity. So why is Oshay Duke Jackson, the guy who says he's in the Pan-African space, the guy who calls himself a Pan-African, the guy I know that does actual Pan-African stuff outside of the internet, but then comes online and attacks Pan-Africanism from the side, from the left, behind.
That's what I don't get, because Oshay is the most for his people offline. The amount of work and amount of the shit he does collaboratively with black people from around the world, it's not spoken about enough. And then he comes online, and then it seems like the rhetoric and the shit that he propagates is like hate for other black groups, and he's constantly shitting on folks. And I'm like, what's going on?
Because Oshay is a grifter. He is a grifter. We gotta also remember the concept of being a grifter. Grifters don't necessarily believe in the stuff they say. They just say it for a bag. They just say it for a bag. That's it. He's a grifter. Oshay will get on this internet and say anything for a bag. That's why Oshay be letting people know his real feelings when he come up on a bag. Remember, I watched the live stream when Oshay shitted on the whole manosphere when he came up and started the celebrity junk, and that thing really started getting money. He stopped doing the Sunday Rumbles. He stopped fucking with all those dudes. He cut them off and he violated them, and he let them know how he really feel about them. I think I even did a video about it. I did a video about it laughing. Like I told a lot of them. I said, Oshay don't really bang with y'all like that. Oshay don't really bang with y'all like that. I told him. And Oshay let them know how he felt, and he ain't never been back over there since. Oshay making hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars a year off that celebrity junk channel. He don't care about none of that other manosphere stuff. That's why he moved away from it the way he did. He don't care about that. And he gatekeep Dima, the Russian who do all his editing. Y'all try to ask him like, yo, Oshay, let me know who the editor is, or hook me up with an editor if you're not going to give me your editor so I can build my brand and my channel like you do. Oshay told all of them bozos no. No, he told them no. He never banged with them. Oshay is a grifter. But yeah, let's keep it going. Oh, shout out to 24 for coming through with gifting 5 memberships. Family, if 24 gifted you a membership, make sure you keep it going and make sure you thank him. And everybody, salute 24 for coming through with the 5 memberships that he gifted. And also make sure you salute Justin March for gifting 20. Shout out to 24 for setting it off with the £5. Yes, Oshay is a goofball. He is a bozo. Like that's why I keep telling Afro Think Tank. Like Oshay is done. That's pretty much the only thing me and him probably disagree with. That's the only thing me and him probably disagree with. It's the issue of Oshay. That's it. 5-point star. That's a lie. Oshay only makes $30K a year off the celebrity junk channel. That's a lie. Bold-faced lie. That's the second thing you done said in here that's a lie. I'm watching you. Shout out to Benevolent. The thing is, they be saying he be doing all these Pan-Africanist work because he be putting money, he be doing business with Africans and putting money in their pocket. But that's not actually Pan-Africanism. Just because you doing work or you doing business with somebody don't make you Pan-Africanist. There are plenty of African countries that do business with each other, or other African tribes that do business with each other, but they don't see themselves as no Pan-Africanist. Same thing with Oshay. He lives in Ghana. He lives in Uganda. So he got to do business with them if he want to get money. It's just that simple. Just like was he pan-European when he was living in Poland and doing business with them Russians? With the Polish, the Eastern Ukrainians. Yeah, even with the Russians. That's how he met Dima, right? He met him through his connections in Eastern Europe. Does that make him pan-European or pan-Slavic? No. Okay, I'm about to put you on timeout because you said I'm lying. I done seen Oshay show his metrics and violate people. He showed how before. I remember he showed how he made, what was it, 90K in 1 month just off his Kevin Samuel videos alone. Oshay is a millionaire. Maybe you don't know that, but Oshay is a millionaire. Certified. YouTube pay out a lot of money. Like, again, like I just got monetized and I don't got a big channel, so I'm not getting no big money off you on YouTube, but YouTube pay out big bucks. That's why I always be violating these dudes. I've been behind the scenes. Remember, I used to be signed up, quote unquote, signed up a lawyer. I done saw it all. These dudes are all millionaires talking this black stuff and they ain't give a penny back to the community. That's why they don't bang with me, because I exposed them. I'm like, y'all getting all this money, talking all this black stuff. And mind you, this is before the apocalypse. Because remember, YouTube that had like 3 apocalypse already. This is before that. This is back when, as soon as you put a channel up, you was automatically monetized. And YouTube was giving out big PCs to the content providers. They gave you a big slice of the revenue. These dudes was buying houses, cars, all that, putting their kids in private schools, through college, everything. And they didn't do nothing for the people. They sat around all day crying about what athletes ain't doing for the people, what celebrities ain't doing for the people. Mind you, y'all just as rich. Y'all millionaires too. It wouldn't have cost y'all 1% of y'all, it would have cost y'all single digits of y'all income to actually do something for the community that you said you wanted to see done. It would have cost them that. These dudes make millions of dollars off this stuff. And not including the debates, the DVDs. They was raking in the big bucks. And they ain't never do nothing for nobody. Nobody. They never did nothing for nobody. Yes, Oshay is making $1 million. If Oshay told me right now that he not making at least $1 million a year off YouTube, I'll be like, you lying. Between the Oshay Duke Jackson channel and the Celebrity Junk channel, easy. He making $1 million a year off YouTube. Easy. Oh, I'm about to block you. Get you up out of here for saying that. I don't know what you thought. Get you gone. Bye. But yeah, shout out to everybody in the building. That's why I don't respect none of these bozos. This is the reason why a lot of people are grifting the FBA stuff, because they see their numbers dropping and they want to get that bag up. That's one of the reasons why I felt Garfield, one of the reasons he was crashing out so hard, because he was like, he's starting to see like his numbers drop because of the FBA is trying to paint him as anti-Black American. And you know, Garfield's biggest audience is that. And that's how he get his money, through views, clicks and views, through donations and all that other stuff. That's why people really mad. Salute to you. Salute, bro. Thank you for coming through. We were supposed to get up and do a show. I don't know if you remember that, but salute to you. Happy to see you in the building. But yeah, let me get back to this. Oh yeah, shout out to Q-Don. Shout out to Q-Don. You're right. Oshay also got the Kenyatta channel. Between those three channels alone, Oshay is making $1 million off YouTube. Easy. To get paid out from YouTube, you gotta get to start now. You need at least 500 subscribers and like 3,000 hours of watch time. And then you gotta, if you want to be fully monetized, you gotta get up to 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time to be fully monetized. Shout out to Lee in the building. You said, yeah, shout out to Lee for this. He said he hasn't made less than $500,000. I believe it. Because again, if you going by how he first started out and then he built up to now, he ain't making no less than $1 million. Those 3 channels alone, he not making less than $1 million. He not making less than $1 million a year. And he's sitting all the way in Africa, making in Uganda with American money. And he's only working with people because they get him paid. That's not Pan-Africanism. Because if you move Oshay from Africa today or tomorrow and he couldn't get another dollar with them, he wouldn't be giving them nothing. Let's say Oshay moved to China. Everything he doing in Uganda, he'll be doing in China. Just like everything he was doing in Poland. Shout out to CD No Handle. I ain't see you in a long time. Salute. Thank you for coming through with the 5. I guess the notifications probably, the notifications be tripping a little bit. That's why I say subscribe to all my channels. You'll get the notification from one of them. But salute to you for that. Oh, salute, Tina. Shout out to you in the building. Okay, all right, cool. Hit me up on Instagram then. Yeah, we could talk about that. But yeah, let me get back to this stuff. Exactly. That's one of the reasons Phil, the Advised Show, jumped on the FBA trend. Because remember, that Africa diaspora channel was dying. So he had to get on. That's why he barely posts over there no more. He only posts on his Phil Scott channel. And all he do is talk about FBA stuff all day long. All day long. But yeah, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Because I went on for a little rant right there. But yeah, let's keep it going.
Here, Oshay.
Downwards, labeling other people who are clearly not Pan-African, so that his confused subscribers can associate Pan-Africanism.
Wait, time out. Oh, I just saw that. You said you hit me on Instagram. I didn't see it. I'm going to go look back again for it. But shout out to you. Thank you. I'm going to go look for that. Definitely going to go look for that. Because again, I didn't know you hit me on it. I don't know how to use Instagram like that. That's why I stopped using it. But yeah, I haven't stopped using it. I'll be trying to still check it, but I don't really know how to use it. But yeah, I'm going to go check on that.
With a bunch of ignorant-ass, xenophobic, hateful-ass continental Africans that's too afraid to go home and fix their own countries, and they rather sit in the West and they rather reap the benefits from those who fought before they got there. That's the problem I got with Oshay in his battle right now. Because he's confusing and he's riding lines. He's playing with the fence. You see, I know I'm not the only one who noticed this. I know that. There are not that many Pan-Africans on YouTube. There's not that many Pan-Africans. You can call yourself a Pan-African. There's a lot of people that call themselves Pan-African, but they don't pass the smell test. They don't pass the action test. You Pan-African.
Yeah, like Dr. Umar Johnson, the prince of Pan-Africanism, that all he ever does is hustle and finesse and scam his own community. This motherfucker says blacks from...
Oh, yeah. That's the funny part also. Oshay supposed to be so stormed down on cleaning up Pan-Africanism, but he ain't got nothing to say about Umar. The only time he was attacking Umar is when he was pushing... when he was out here gender warring. When Oshay was gender warring, then he was attacking Umar. But after that, he started being a Pan-Africanist. Now he's not attacking him no more. Salute to Nana. Salute to Nana for coming through. Yeah, shout out. Thank you, Justin March. Let me know. Yeah, you already know. Salute to Nana for coming through. Everybody shout him out. He came through with the $9.99. Much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for all your support. Family, make sure y'all shouting out everybody who's supporting the stream. Shout them out. It's much appreciated. Yeah, let's keep it going.
Anywhere. Any African nation, any Caribbean nation, anywhere across the globe, blacks can donate. The second a white person tries to put their money in the pot,
Don't fucking touch me!
and I'm like, okay, so you're going to continue this perpetual finesse for the school, and you're going to target your entire community, the entire diaspora of your community, finesse all of us for one school in Delaware, bro? What are we doing out here?
Africanism is an ideology. It's an ideology. There are groups who utilize and adopt the ideology of unification under the guise of Pan-Africanism. And I know Oshay is smart enough, so why is he utilizing Pan-Africanism as a verbal word to attach to obviously non-Pan-African, xenophobic, hateful Negroes? I don't understand. It don't make sense. He should come up with another name to distinguish them from actual Pan-Africans, because you disrespecting the fuck out of me, Oshay, calling these motherfuckers Pan-African, even if you calling them Pan-African keyboard warriors. Because we and these niggas, it's not the same. Anyway, I just want to say that. Is Oshay going to address that shit? Probably not, because he's probably making a whole bunch of bank talking shit about Pan-Africanism by attaching them to people who are clearly not Pan-African, because you know his FBA club members, his FBA who pays him because they watch his shows.
Yeah, now we're gonna have to have a sit down with Oshay about this FBA bullshit. We're gonna have to
Yeah, you might have to definitely do that, because I'm about to fast after Afro thing pass go off. We're gonna fast forward to the part with Oshay Duke Jackson. You already know 24. You already know. Shout out to Stanley in the building. I think he's still making $1 million. He's still making millions because he always probably made the majority of his money through donations and subscriberships. So even though he probably not really making no money off YouTube like that, YouTube is still working for him as, like advertisement. Because a lot of these dudes who don't get paid on a lot of their other social media sites, but they still do them so that it brings people to the social media sites that they are getting paid off of. Salute to you, Stanley. Shout out to the boogeyman in the building. Nah, Oshay he was attacking Umar, but he wasn't attacking him for being a fake Pan-Africanist or bringing the name of Pan-Africanism in disrepute. He wasn't attacking him for that. He was not attacking him like that. And when he was, when he was attacking him, Oshay wasn't calling himself a Pan-Africanist back then. Now he is, and he's not doing nothing about it. You said he about to have a show at 11:30 tonight, attacking Nana. Nana, who just donated to me? For what? For what? But yeah, let's get back to this. And salute to Nana again for the support.
We have to trace back to the first day when these motherfuckers have been saying, yeah, my lineage is FBA, this dumb shit. Folks, we really have to we have to have a full conversation. Not I make a video, I say some dumb shit, you make a video, you correct all the dumb shit I say, I try to, have a sit down conversation and let's speak about this shit. No grifting, actual logical points, rationale.
And they watch all his shit, they love to dump on Pan-Africanism. So this person who calls himself a Pan-African, Oshay, decides for the algorithm, I'm going
if you trying to have that kind of a conversation, LT, you're going to have to have the conversation with me. I'm the only person who qualified to have that conversation if you want to be real. I'm like an FBA historian. Like I'm the only I'm gonna say I'm an ADOS ideology historian, because FBA, that their ideology comes out of ADOS. So yeah, if you want the real story, you got to go back to ADOS and trace the grift and everything through. Yes, family, make sure y'all supporting the stream any way y'all can. Any way y'all can. Much appreciated for all support. Any type of support, but support it any way you can. Oh, okay. I'm probably going to have to tune into that. Yes. YouTube was crazy. Yes, the W. Make sure y'all shouting out everybody who donating. But yeah, let's keep it going.
to be a Pan-African who constantly finds a way to shit on Pan-Africanism while talking about people who are clearly not Pan-Africanism, which is definitely not Pan-African. So for the audience, anybody Oshay, even though Oshay, what he's saying about Africa is right, and it can be corroborated, and he's definitely holding back. There's some other shit he can say that he ain't saying. Like I said, there's a lot of shit we can say they ain't saying. The Africans on the continent are 1,000 times better than the African diaspora. They're 1,000 times better. And if you ask anybody in all these African countries, they will corroborate everything we're saying, and they will tell you their frustrations of living on the continent, because it's the incompetent leaders that's holding Africa back. Because the African people on the continent are ready. They're ready to go. They looking online, they see all these other countries getting politicians that allow them to go. And them Africans ready to go. But these old geezer Western puppet master politicians just won't let them fucking go. And the ones that's able to get out, they don't even go back and help. They don't want to be uncomfortable because they too got there. They like going to the town center and going to Walmart. They love that shit. They go to Walmart. They go to Costco. They got a BJ's cars and shit. They got a Subaru. And they like going to speed limit on the roads at work. They so spoiled over here in the West. They so spoiled over there in Germany. They so spoiled in Canada. They don't want to go and do the work and go home and help their brothers and sisters. They get mad at black people who go when they got the nerve to do it. And then they act like they more African than the African. They act like they more African than us. As a matter of fact, a lot of the people he talk about believe that they're better in actual authentic Africans and we not African. How is that Pan-African? Why are you attaching Pan-Africanism to these people?
That's not, yeah.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Oh, I thought I blocked you. But anyway, let me address something you say real quick before I block you. I don't eat off FBA, bro. Like, FBA has cost me money. Do you know how many channels they have flagged down? Do you not know that this channel that I'm screaming from right now has strikes and stuff on it? That I'm completely out the algorithm? That's why I ask people for engagement, because engagement can force me back into the algorithm. I am out the algorithm. I am completely out the algorithm. I'm not going to come up unless you're searching for me. Why? Because FBA bozos are constantly flagging me. People who've been around long enough know that. How many people who know me since I've started YouTube and I had to keep changing channels? I done went through like 12 channels already because people keep flagging me down. Not because I'm lying, not because I can't prove what I'm saying, because they try to silence me. Again, I just recently got monetized. I just recently even started accepting donations. I wasn't doing this before. I wasn't getting no money. I was doing this just off the love for the people and that somebody had to do this. So you're mad. Let me block you real quick. There you go. Let me block you. Get you up out of here. But yeah, I've been doing this for the edification of the people. I've been doing it. Nobody was giving me nothing. I wasn't getting no bread. Remember, that was used to be the joke of the town, that I'm doing all this content, exposing FBA, but I'm not getting paid. And that's why I said to these bozos, y'all was grifters. The only reason y'all doing the FBA stuff is because y'all could get money from it. Y'all don't really believe in it. That's why I said a lot of the FBA content providers are just grifting. They're just grifting. But yeah, let's get back to this. Yes, thank you for always supporting the show. But yeah, let's keep it going.
That's not Pan-African ideology at all. Yeah, he's calling out the wrong. He's putting the wrong label on the wrong folks. Is that, yeah, no, that's something Nana would say. Shout out to Nana. I have the live calling out some of the points that he speaks on, because he said some wild shit. That I'm like, nigga, what the fuck? But he also, within the wild shit Nana says, he also makes some good points. So he would say some crazy shit that would be like seen as some coon shit, and then he'll say something I'll be like, you know what? From this perspective, I understand what the hell you're saying.
Why do you attach FBA to all African Americans? He knows goddamn well.
Oh, shout out to Rod Ardis for coming through with the 20. Much appreciated. Much appreciated, bro. Thank you for coming through with the 20. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Let's keep this going.
That 99.99% of African Americans never even heard of that shit. FBA, Foundational Black American. Nobody knows that shit.
I'm telling you, this is some bullshit. This FBA shit. Come on, bro. Like, people really got to keep it real. When Obama was elected, people weren't saying great day for FBA, the Foundational Black Americans came up, blah, blah, blah. No one was even questioning the fact that this nigga's from Kenya. He's not even foundationally black. People were just like, oh, my president black, my Lambo red. Like, what are we talking about, bro? This revisionist history of this foundational bullshit.
You got it wrong. It's my president is black and my Lambo is blue. Jim Jones said my president is black and my Ferrari is red. Shout out to Jim Jones. Shout out to Young Jeezy. What a time to be alive. Let's keep it going.
Made by Tariq Nasheed. Even somebody in the chat said, oh, Tariq Nasheed himself said it. Who gives a fuck what Tariq Nasheed said about shit, nigga? Is Tariq Nasheed the lord of niggas all of a sudden? Get this nigga the fuck out of here.
Off YouTube and TikTok and Instagram. But
oh, wait, time out. Shout out to Lee D. Clinton for coming through with the 10. Thank you, Lee D. You already know I always bring it to them. I always bring it to them. And oh, shout out to I think it's Reef for coming through with 2 gifts. Thank you for sending the jewels. Much appreciated. Everybody, make sure y'all shouting out all the people who supporting the stream. Make sure y'all shouting them out. Much appreciated. Let's keep this going.
Pumps it, supposedly as a Pan-African. And attacking people who are clearly not Pan-African by calling them Pan-African and then adding them a name. Like you being slick or some shit. That don't make no god.
Shout out to CJOJ with the $5 super chat. CJOJ says, diasporans must work hard in the West to make money to send home. They do get tired and have a lot of burdens, but must eventually build back home. This is the thing. When you look at like Jamaicans, Nigerians, Ghanaians, Guyanese, everybody, you look at the Caribbean and the African diaspora, like there's people send back money like crazy. the Western Unions and all these motherfuckers, they send money back like crazy. Oh, most eventually must. Okay, that's what you said, most, not must. I tried to spell correct, but I butchered the spell correct. Yeah, like we send money back like crazy. So I think he's talking to a specific subset of folks that O'Shea's calling out and mislabeling. Because he's not talking about the ones that are trying to build back home. He's talking about the ones that are in Walmart with their Subaru and their Starbucks, just living it up in the West. I'm not saying that. He's talking about a specific subset of folks. I don't really hear those folks. They don't really touch my algorithm. Everybody that I know sends money back.
Damn sense. Intelligent people can see right through all that shit. Whose side are you on? Because we're seeing two faces here. We got the propaganda that you lay down that the people who are not intelligent will never pick up. Right? And then we got the actions that you do. Which one is it? Because one is about to cancel the other one, I swear. And how can anybody be on your side? A real Pan-African, it's hard for a real Pan-African to try to be on his side when he's clearly throwing shit out, attacking Pan-Africans and attacking xenophobia.
That's why I said what I said, Afro Think Tank. That's why I said what I said about not supporting Oshay Duke Jackson. Can't support him. Shout out to Yellen for coming through with the €2. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. Thank you for the €2. Make sure y'all shouting out Yellen. Thank you for the support.
So you can attack these guys, but you can't attack the real enemy that's right in your face called Tariq Nasheed. You can't attack, you let Tariq Nasheed and his ignorance spew every goddamn...
Nah, because I heard, I'm going to play this and let Afro Think Tank cook. But I heard Oshay Duke Jackson calling out Flacco for a scam that Flacco did on his page, which some dumbass course that Flacco's trying to sell to try to, like, Point and Shoot called it out as well. It's facts. These YouTube courses, they all scamming out here. He called out Flacco. But I'm like, you sat back and watched your buddy Austin Holloman for years scamming it up, switching scam, trying to maneuver into a different clever scam that's even dumber than the last. And he hasn't uttered a word about that. I'm just like, come on, bro. Like, what are we doing here? If we're going to keep it real and we're going to hold people accountable and call out scammers, we got to keep it a stack. Like, how long have we been calling for this motherfucker to call out Austin Holloman and keep it all the way a stack? It's like when we're calling out folks to call out ABBA when they know ABBA was fucking around with these women. One of his exes recently put out a video that I'm going to react to soon as well. Another one. But like, folks don't want to talk about it. We put pressure on them because they know it's biased. They know there's certain factions that they don't want to speak out against because they're grifting a wave. We know what's going on out here. A lot of the FBA folks, they're bots. They're faceless YouTube channels. No profile picture. Same dudes angry in every comment section trying to dominate shit. It's like, get the fuck out of here, nigga. You mad at everything. Bunch of dusty motherfuckers.
Yay. Obvious shit. Obvious, xenophobic, hateful rhetoric. You ain't got no fucking smoke for that nigga.
Mm-hmm.
But somehow you can rap Pan-Africanism and make that look negative and disunifying with other people who are clearly not Pan-African. That shit makes no fucking sense in real life. Anyway, you guys tell me what you think in the comment sections. Afro Think Tank. Learn something.
Shout out to Afro Think Tank. And that's a fact. Like I said, that's why I try to tell Afro Think Tank before. Like, yo, Oshay is talking that Pan-Africanist talk, and he's using the fact that he does actually do business in real life with Africans as a way to try to, as a shield. But he's really about pushing that FBA stuff. He's like, and again, he's grifting. Again, also shout out to Artist. Make sure y'all go subscribe to the bro channel. Oh, look. Shout out to Focus World TV 1 for coming through with the $4.99. Much appreciated. Thank you. Let me see. Yes, I have. Thank you. Thank you for recognizing that. I have. Like I said, like, how many scams have I destroyed? I destroyed the Morris scam. Because remember, around like, what was it? Like 2015, 16, that Morris scam was whipping everybody ass. I had to clear that up. That's why you don't see that too much. The Aboriginal thing, that Aboriginal thing was dominating everything. Like, y'all think that the Aboriginals are annoying and big now. They was huge until I crushed Dan Calloway. And then I basically scattered them, and now they just like smaller groups. But they was huge before I crushed them. Like FBA, even FBA now. Y'all think FBA is big now. Y'all should have seen them in 2020 and 2019. They was huge. FBA ADOS, they was huge. I was the one who who started the ADOS FBA civil war, and now they have gotten smaller. But yeah, like I've been putting in work destroying all these bozos for how long? That's a fact, Reef, that they are run by, a lot of them are. I done exposed a couple of accounts on Twitter being run by white people. That's a fact. Yes, the sovereign citizen thingy, the Moorish paperwork. I had to clear that up. I had to clean that up. Shout out to Lee. And again, shout out to everybody sending the super chat. Thank you. All the support. Remember, family, if you want to support the stream and you don't want to be seen, you can hit the PayPal, the Cash App, or the Venmo. Also, you let me know whether you want a shout out from it or not. And I'll carry it from there. But yeah, the sovereign citizen mess. I had to clear that up. How much stuff I had to clear up? How much? How much stuff I had to clear up? I did that. I didn't get paid for that. I didn't get no money for that. I lost opportunities on YouTube behind that. How many channels I lost behind that? Everything. I could have been talking about other stuff, but I was clearing that up. But yeah, let's keep it going. Let's see what's going on now. Let's see what he got to say. Shout out to everybody in the building.
Now, what Oshay doesn't want to fall into is I do all these things for black people, the black community everywhere, all these different collaborative things. He puts people on, he gives people the game. He does all these different things. He doesn't want to slip into, you're doing all these things for the collective unit offline, but all the rhetoric that you espouse online is hate for different black groups. Because then you turn into a variant of Anton Daniels. Because Anton Daniels has put on so many different black people, black women, black men in America, just to get them online being coons and sellouts. So it's like the message is to destroy your community and make money off of destroying your community, but you're helping certain people in your community offline. So it's this duality of just fuckery where people look at it like, yeah, you're helping, but you're destroying at the same time. So
exactly. That's what I was saying. That's what I've been saying. Like Oshay is pointing out the fact that he's putting money in other people's pockets. He's like, yeah, look at all this money I'm putting in other Africans' pockets, but you're doing 1,000 times more harm by sitting on the internet attacking Africans all day. Ain't no just, oh, I'm frustrated. Ain't no frustrated. You just doing that all day. That's all you do. All you do. Exactly. He definitely is. I don't know. Maybe I could do some sports talk. I don't know. Sports talk and some other things. Maybe I'll just start branching out and do some other things. But yeah. But salute to everybody in the building. We got a lot of people in the building. Let me see. I'm new to the channel. Oh, my work is to destroy all these anti-African, anti-black, anti-our people stuff on YouTube. Like anything that's meant to attack black people or destroy black people from within, I'm here to clean that up. I take care of all the fifth columns: FBA, the indigenous, the sovereign citizen, Moorish movement. I clean all that up. I clean all that up. I clean up all that. Shout out to you, Nano. Shout out to you. But yeah, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Shout out to everybody in the building.
Who you're really helping, you're just grifting. It becomes a mess. So you don't want to step into that lane. Now, this is a compilation from Afro Think Tank. This is his video where they explained the definition of Pan-Africanism. I want to get into this video by Nana because Nana responded to Afro Think Tank's video. He had some issues with some of the things that Afro Think Tank said, and he made some points. Let's get into it.
Wait, y'all want to see this, or y'all want me to fast forward to the part with Oshay? Maybe we could. Let me see. Should I fast forward to the part with Oshay talking? Because Oshay did come on this live, or y'all want to see that part where he go over this video? Put 1 in the chat to go to Oshay. Put 2 in the chat to stay here and see what he got to say about Nana. Let's see. Okay, the 2s have it. What did I say was 2? What was option 2? So I guess we got to fast forward. The 2s had got it. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to Lee for sending the Cash App. Much appreciated, Lee. Shout out to everybody who came through. I think the fast forwards have it. The fast forwards have it. So let's see what's going on with the Oshay situation. Because again, if he's talking about Nano, maybe we could come back and watch that tonight. What he got to say about Nano. But let's see what he got to say with Oshay.
Option in Africa. Folks came from, and it's like, that's why Afro think tank says it's fucked up. He might be rude, but it's the truth. He's not lying about these things. May ascribe a wrong. And they said that they looked him.
I'll finally get a chance to get on one of my.
Oh, yo, holy shit, this is my fault. Yo, oh shit.
Hello?
You
I hear you now. Can you hear
okay,
me?
yeah, man, this is my fault, man. Everything restarted when I started this damn OBS. That's why I didn't realize this wasn't connected. Okay.
All right, so yeah, we going to the part with Oshay right here. What do you mean by this, James? What's your name? James Parker. What do you mean? Like what link? It's the only link I got to drop. Let me see. What link? What link? You mean like link like this? Like this? But yeah, let's keep it going. You said at least who cares if he lives in Africa if he's doing problems in Africa? That's like somebody saying, like somebody pointing out somebody's destroying the community, and you'd be like, well, at least he live in the community. Who cares if you live in a community if all you're gonna do is destroy the community while you're there and siphon off wealth out the community? Who cares? Oh, he wants to call in? Maybe after we do this Oshay part, I'll drop the link and we can let people call in. How about that? How'd that sound? That sound good? That sound good. So yeah, let's let Oshay explain himself, and then we could go on to that and drop the link.
Yeah, man. What's going on, bro?
Nothing much, man. I'm just struggle streaming right now. I don't know what happened. This is what happens sometimes when you take like a day or two and you reset stuff. For some reason, the OBS trips out, and all of a sudden I'm struggle streaming with all of my settings that are not in coordination the way they're supposed to be. I have to redo everything on the fly right now. As you can see, it's pretty rough. But yeah, we're here. All right, we got you on the screen.
I'll finally get a chance to get on one of my favorite streams, man. You know, I've been a big fan for a long time. You, my brother. You always call it down the middle. I hate that you had to beef the one Nigerian dude, man, that was crazy. What was his name? The one in Wisconsin?
Duke the Don.
What happened to that nigga? He was funny, yo.
He disappeared right after that beef because he was threatening lawsuits against. I think he was saying he was threatening to sue Tree, and then there was word about Fresh potentially suing him because he was saying he was a super spreader and spreading all sorts of STDs or whatever. He took down that video. It got real complicated around that Daisy time, and it got messy. There's a lot of defamatory comments being made. So I don't know if he ran from what was going on the platform, or I have no idea.
Living?
I have no idea. There's people in the comments that were trying to find out what's going on with him in his Discord or whatnot. And they said that they looked him up and he's still alive and he's still doing his thing, but he's not on the internet. And I'm like, no explanation, disappearing from your platform.
That's crazy. I don't even know who they talking about. Shout out to Baka in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Make sure y'all hitting that thumbs up, family. Make sure y'all supporting the stream any way y'all can. And I'm almost halfway to my goal. Help make that happen. You said what? Oh, Oshay dropped out of medical school. Once he started making all that money off YouTube, that being a dentist stuff was clipped. He took that off the list. That was out. He didn't care about that no more. Like, I don't know if you was here earlier, Blazing Hot. Oshay's a millionaire. Oshay is a millionaire off of YouTube. He don't care. He didn't care about being a dentist. Oshay wouldn't have made Oshay, like Lee said, or somebody said, I forgot. Oshay was bragging about after he really blew up on YouTube, he ain't make less than $500,000. He hasn't gone 1 year with making less than $500,000. What kind of dentist you think Oshay would have to be to make $500,000? How many years would he have to work as a dentist to make $500,000? Oh, yeah, Lee, you're right. They definitely right. Try to ask those hard questions in the super chat, y'all. Shout out to AZ in the building. Because he explained, because first of all, I've been behind the scenes. I know he even explodes how much money he makes. Like I just said, I watch Oshay brag. I watch Oshay show his analytics. I watched Oshay talk about how he made $90,000 in less than a month or just his Kevin Samuel videos. Just off his Kevin Samuel videos. Yeah. Best believe Oshay, these dudes is millionaires. Do not let them play on your top like they just like some humble streamers. And like after they finish streaming, they got to go to their 9 to 5. No. Don't let them play on your top like that. Salute Percy in the building. Salute, salute, salute. Yes, that's why I said Oshay, that's why he was saying too that he don't make low less than $500,000. But yeah, let me get back to this. This is Oshay, y'all. Let's watch this.
People are wondering what's going on. I don't know.
Yeah, he was cool. So all right, so let me kind of get into this and this whole thing about like, am I like becoming FBA just like, did I just become a fanatic or whatever like that? And the reality is, you know, I've been living here and been coming here since like 2017.
Yeah.
To Africa. I am the most popular Black American that lives on the continent. That means I'm talking about like lives, not just visits. So a lot of people know me. So a lot of the things that, let's say what Pharaoh said that used to say, Tariq and Nasheed used to say, I used to kind of push back at a lot of that stuff, right? But the more I lived here, a lot.
You wasn't really pushing back on Pharaoh said that. Stop lying. You didn't push back on that bozo or Tariq Nasheed. You was trying to roast Tariq Nasheed a little bit, and then he put you in your place, and you've been silent ever since. And then when Kevin Samuels died, you started meat riding him as your new meal ticket. Cut that out, Oshay. Cut that out. Cut that out. Shout out to SI77495 for coming through with the $3. Much appreciated. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. You just got me closer to my goal. Much appreciated. Everybody make sure y'all salute, bro. Or sis.
One of the things that they were saying, it becomes undeniable. Now, this does not mean that, you know, Africans hate Black Americans or anything like that. The real thing is the structure of how most Africans have to.
You caught that lie? He said, yeah, they said a lot of things, and I used to push back, but what they started saying became undeniable. When did the stuff that Pharaoh said that and Tariq Nasheed say that was undeniable? You already know, Lee. I don't read, like I said. Oh, I read your message. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, tell me. Oh, I read your message. You said something about Afro Think Tank. Yeah. I didn't know you want me to read it on stream. You want me to do that? Let me know. Because like I said, when people hit the Cash App, I don't know whether y'all want me to say what y'all sent me. That's what the Cash App and stuff is there for too. To send me messages that you may not want people to see, or you don't want people to see that you're donating or how much you're donating. But yeah, I read your message. You want me to read it out loud? Let me know. But yeah, let's get back to this. Shout out to everybody in the building.
Keep covering territory. It doesn't really allow them to participate in Pan-Africanism with equal parity with the rest of the diaspora. That's kind of how it works. For example, let me explain what I'm saying. If you meet the average Kenyan or Ugandan, like their rent will be like $300, right? Just on average. You can meet a lady is hella fine. If she comes from, let's say, Nakuru to Nairobi, she will then have to be a woman. She will have to pay for her kids, her mom's school fees, for her other sisters and brothers, things like that. So then they might get a job, might get exploited. The job may pay $150. So now the young lady or the young man has to find out like 3 or 4 or 5 different businesses to try to start. Of course, they can't do all of them and they don't end up doing well. So the corruption is so bad, you know, as a Black American, or let's say if you come in as a Canadian, you know, they want us over there because we don't really have a lot of ties to Africa. So we're not going to interfere. They would rather us do well than the locals because, hey, you know, the locals will still send in money for remittances, and then people like me and you come and develop and everything's okay. The problem is that once these people, they have to leave. Like, if it's not a war breaking out, the economy is so bad, you have to leave. So you go to Dubai, you go to Qatar, you go to Europe, you kind of work your way up from Europe, you go to the States. Now, if they go to the States or Canada or the UK, where the Blacks have already been there for a long time, and so things are already kind of figured out. And so once they kind of get into the States or Europe, they start having this kind of parasocial relationship with Africa because they know that they can't participate in Africa. They can never go back there. But the Pan-Africanism is more performative, right? And so now when Black Americans start encountering a lot of these Africans, once they get into America, for the most part, most of their money can't really go to building a better Pan-African world because their money is going to their, you know, family, brothers and sisters, things like that.
Yeah.
Right? Now, once I realized that this is the case, really what happens is that Pan-Africanism, if you think about it, it's largely for those people who have the most to support everybody else who has their own enclave. Let me give you what I mean.
I don't know what you mean. I do not know what you mean. Oh, shout out to Irvin Palmer for coming through with the gifts. Much appreciated. Much appreciated, bro. Oh, Lee, you said you want me to read it? What you wrote, what you sent me, it says that Afro think tank needs to learn like he did with Guy in Europe. I don't know what that means. That's what you sent me. It says Afro think tank need to learn like he did with Guy in Europe. Who's the guy in Europe that he need to learn from? Who is that? And you said, when did... I'm not talking about a gender war. I'm talking about the stuff he be saying about Pan-Africanism. That's what I'm talking about. But yeah, let's keep this going. Let's keep this going.
The Somalis have been destroyed in many cases because of what's happened in Somaliland and Somalia, you know, French Somalia, then you have English. So what happens with the Somali people is that they're forced to cover territory all over the world. They're in Uganda, they're in Kenya, they're in Minnesota, they're probably in Canada.
Yeah.
So the only way they can really survive is they have these insular communities. And it kind of comes like if the refugees, it kind of comes in. So they get their money because they got to be off the radar because that's how they formulate it. It's really impossible to infiltrate Eritrean communities, Somalian, Djibouti. They're kind of to themselves Ethiopians, right? Now, if something happens that fits them in Canada, they will attach themselves to it for the betterment of their group. And then once they get what that is, they will go back to their insular communities. Because not that they don't like you, they're in Somalians for Somalis are tied to number one, Islam first, and then if they're Bantu Somali or somebody else. So what happens is these insular communities are being themselves. Like you got the Nigerian Medical Association, you got the Somali.
He's rambling. Like, come on, Oshay, you babbling. What's the point of this? All right, people leave countries. They forced to leave because the country is war torn or something like that. And they go move other places and they set up their own communities over there. And they get money in whatever countries they are in and they bring it back to their community. Oh, so Lee, that's what you're talking about, the guy, a Romanian guy. Oh, you talking about Adonis. That's what you're talking about. Or the Adonis. Yeah. That's like he gave Adonis the benefit of the doubt too. You're right about that. But I ain't mad at him for that. You know, he giving the people the benefit of the doubt. But I've been doing this for so long that I already know who is who. Who is who? Shout out to President Jafar in the building. Exactly. Inquiring minds want to know. But yeah, let's keep it going.
The American Association, you got all these things that, let's say you or me could not get into. But if it's the NAACP, everybody can get into it. If it's the black journalists, everybody can get into it. So now the price of Pan-Africanism typically comes to, number one, the African diaspora who makes the most money, whether it's somebody.
You're not making any points. It's the same thing with black people. How many black people are a part of journalist groups in general, journalist guilds, but they also are part of a black guild, and it goes down like that. How many black immigrants are a part of black groups, but they also are part of their own little immigrant group? It's not an either or. It's not them using. Like I think that's the point he's trying to get to, that they somehow using us. How is that using? They were invited in. They didn't sneak in. People know that they there. People know that they got their own little groups too. And people are okay with that because guess what? Their own little groups got issues that we may not see. That's how it's supposed to work. See, that's the reason why I'm from New York. We got like a Chinese newspaper in New York. For Chinese people, you know why? Because Chinese people in New York got issues that will not be in the mainstream, but that is important to them. So them as a community, they got to address their own issues. That don't take away from nobody. That don't mean they using nobody. Like the Somali community got issues that the broader Native Black American community don't got. So they need to talk amongst themselves and raise their own issues. What's wrong with that? What's the problem with that? What is the problem with that? How are they stealing? How are they grifting? What's the issue? What is the issue? Shout out to Red Pill Zulu for coming through with the 20. Make sure y'all shout out Red Pill Zulu. Thank you, bro. You helped me get closer to my mark, helping me reach that goal. Yeah, I agree with that. Oshay might be a bigger scumbag than anybody else because he's in Africa doing it. Remember, it's one thing for Tariq to talk crazy about Africans living in that all-white gated community. It's another thing for somebody Oshay to be like, listen to me. I lived in Africa for years. You took my money. I tried to help these people. You can't help them. You can't help them. They bad. Africa's a lost cause. Blah, 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 blah. Yes, I agree with that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. That yes, because like I always point out that Oshay is bad, but the way you phrased it, he might be worse. He might be worse. He might be worse than Tariq. He might be worse than Tariq. Can't make this up. You can't.
Else are Black Americans, and then you must be open, but they stay insular. I see it all the time. So when Tariq talks about it from that perspective, that's right. That's not. I mean, the names.
What do you mean? That's right. Again, this is not like a trick bag. This is again, they have their own issues that they got to address, and everybody does it. It's not that deep. The same way we have a Black organization, you might have the Black women in that organization also make their own little separate organization to address women's issues. That don't take away from the broader Black organization. Just like I told you on Mansfield Bozos before, if y'all was really serious about helping Black men, y'all would form an actual organization and get organized. Y'all would work with bigger Black organizations and y'all could form your own smaller niche organizations that focus on Black male issues. But did y'all do that? No. Y'all just sat on the internet crying about Black women all day. That's why I knew y'all was all bozos. That's how I knew y'all was all bozos. Like this whole nonsense, like that don't even make sense. So what that they formed their own little groups? We don't care about that. Everybody's free to do so, and people do it. You go to a Black organization, you might find people not only who are a member of that organization, but they might be a part of a smaller Black LGBT organization. They might be a part of a smaller Black Dentist Association, Black Dentist Association group, a smaller Black military vet organization. That's how it works. This is why if y'all actually were serious about helping Black people and y'all were serious about organization and stuff like that, you would know this. This is not a secret. and they not doing no harm. Like, explain to me what they are doing that is harmful to the black community by doing that. I want to know.
All that, I get it. But that's not, that's correct. And I'll give you another example before I'll be quiet. Look at what's going on right now in South Africa. South Africa, you got little Somalia already, little Ethiopia. You got these shops. It's all them. They do not collaborate. Most people who do performative Pan-Africanism, they don't collaborate. Like, let's say for me, like when I saw you, I know you from Canada or whatever. I'm like, I'm not gonna mess with you from Canada. You know me, I don't care. I come and support you like that. And you're like the same way.
Yeah.
But most brothers and sisters are not like that. That's the truth. And so when we call people call that,
but they not Pan-Africanists though, Oshay. That's another thing. That's what Afro Think Tank was talking about. Why are you demonizing Pan-Africanism for the actions of people who are not Pan-Africanists? They not little PAs, they not big PAs, they not no PAs at all. So why are you demonizing Pan-Africanism? Those people you talking about are not Pan-Africanists. They probably never even heard the term before. So why are you demonizing all of us? Can't make this up. Can't make this up. You can't. Shout out to Reef. Yes, we know this. That's why I said, I don't know if you was in the building earlier. I explained to people how Oshay got famous on the internet. Oshay got famous on the internet justifying black people being murdered by the police and vigilantes. That's how he blew up. That's how he got that big channel through doing that. And then he moved on to being a gender warrior. That's what he did. He blew up, justifying black people being killed. Then he started rocking with Tommy. That was the intermediary period. That's how he got from just demonizing black people and black people being killed by the police to just gender warring on black women. Because when he linked with Tommy, he was doing both. First, it was just justifying the death of black people. Then he got with Tommy. It was justifying the death of black people and gender warring against black women. Then he moved away from just justifying the death of black women. That's when he stopped banging with Tommy. And then he just went on to gender warring. We know Oshay history. We know his history. History. Shout out to everybody in the building. I'm sorry, y'all. My throat a little raspy. Y'all know what's going on in New York with all this smoke coming down from Canada. But yeah, we're going to work through it.
now people want to get mad, but that's the truth.
But when
that's how it works.
You're speaking about certain communities, and it's like the Ethiopians, the Somalians. We know they kind of keep to themselves. But I'm like, is that a problem if they keep to themselves? Because a lot of these countries, the African countries you're speaking about, they're homogenous countries. When you speak about America, Canada, they're new world countries, they're melting pots, everybody's there. So to build with other blacks in Canada, there's no sense, like Canada is a perfect example because there's no central governing body of blacks. There's no, we're the main blacks, we're from here. There is none of that.
Yep, that's a fact. My teacher taught me about Canada too. It was like, New York, we a melting pot. Canada is a salad. And what he meant by that was that in a melting pot, when things melt together, it's hard to pick out. You can see main ingredients, but everything also just blend together, where it's hard to pull things apart. You can't, for the most part, you can't. But with a salad, everything is rubbing up against each other, but you can clearly pluck out the salad here, the tomato here, this there, this, that there. You can easily do that. Well, yeah, let's keep it going.
We're all immigrant blacks. So I'm a first generation immigrant. So I don't have the same relationship to Jamaica or Guyana as my mother and my father do because they're actually born there. I'm born in Canada. So my experience is that of a black American almost, because when I'm in elementary school and they're telling you to fill out the race says black/African American. I'm not American at all, but that's what it says in Canada. That's what they treat. They see everything from a different type of perspective. You're black here. So they don't, the government, the white structure, they see black. They don't see individual structures.
That's how it works in America too. See, don't let these FBA bozos fool you. I know you know FBA is bozos, but you may have heard that part and thought maybe some truth to that. No, it's no truth to that. It's the same way in America. It's either black/African American. We one group. That's it. It's always been that way. even black people in America, our consciousness has always been racial, not even ethnic. That's how we have always saw it. That's how it always was. That's how it is.
Certain groups, they build by themselves. They don't really interact. They don't intertwine. A lot of Nigerians, some of them will interact. Some of them will kind of, get into the main group of what's going on, Central Black. But other groups, the Somalians, if they're in the hood, a lot of them they're kind of with us. And then some of them kind of building their own community. So we don't begrudge the ones that don't participate in building with us. If they're building and they're building good for them. I think the difference and the distinction the difference we're dealing with is there's people that are pretending that they're for the collective black group and then they're only building with their own. I think that is the distinction.
That's a great point. And that's the real issue. I know when you listen to some of the guys that are talking about the foundational black community, I'm in the Pan-African community. I'm probably one of the most disliked guys. But what you're saying is absolutely correct, because the people who have the most pay the biggest price. And if we're not careful, we're going to be next. What's going on in South Africa right now? What's going on in South Africa is the same thing that people are talking about what's going on in Black America. But
it costs to be the boss. It's just that simple. It costs to be the boss. But we're going to let you keep talking.
Not apples and it's like my stats teachers used to say, it's not equal, but it's similar.
Yeah.
So you have in Southern Africa, you have South Africa at the very south of it, right? And then around it, you have Malawi, you have Angola, you have Zimbabwe, and then some of these other countries, Mozambique. Those are the ones that are kind of poor.
Yeah.
So these migrants are coming over. South Africa, you get free healthcare. Ghana, Nigeria, they come over. Not all of these migrants are bad, but they're not the same style of migrants that come to the United States. Because United States, Canada, you typically got to be pretty, for the most part, unless you're like refugee. West Africans in Canada, UK, USA, those are pretty talented migrants that come in. That's why the guy was talking about, we're operating at the best in the States. And that's true for anybody that you let in, that's already the best.
This year alone, Canada has denied the most Ghanaians. Like when we look at the amount of applicants that tried to come in, especially during the World Cup period, we've denied the most Ghanaians. We're very particular and meticulous at picking our blacks, but we let all the Indians in. So we have an issue with that. We just let all the...
But that's everywhere. See, even in America. See, because Canada and America are very similar in that regard. We very similar in that regard, especially when it comes to black people. America's the same way. This is why black immigrants do so good. They are a highly selected group. Highly selected. Like, it's hard, like the way we select for what black immigrants we let in this country, no other group got to go through that process. None. Like, if you're not the best of the best, or the best of the best of the best, or you the best of the best with connections or money, you ain't coming in here unless you hit like the lottery or you like some type of refugee. Otherwise than that, if you just trying to be a regular immigrant and you black, they gonna make sure they screen you like they don't do nobody else. That's a fact. Like, if you got into America as a regular black immigrant, like no lottery, no refugee status, no family connection, just you on your own muscle, you special. You special. Yeah, let's get back to this.
These Indian criminals, they're smuggling drugs, guns, and everything. So they're leading right now. When you look at like the reports on the news, whenever there's a big bust or there's or there's like a big sting where they're taking in like 20 motherfuckers, 30 motherfuckers, they'll be all Indians. And they'll be smuggling drugs, they'll be smuggling guns, they'll be doing, they brought in Indians indiscriminately, and they look at blacks and they pick and choose, and they're meticulous, and they make sure that they bring all the best ones. So they come with this type of prestige, this type of aura, this I'm better type. There is those individually, but I see those things, but I don't like to group and have that as like the main talking point. Like, I'm not focusing on those folks. Like, those folks aren't stealing headlines. I'm not making those folks part of the main conversation. I like to focus on the folks that kind of want to be with us.
Right. And
that's a fact. You're right. Oshay is a perfect example of a tether. Perfect example. Perfect example. Yep. Shout out to RBG for the win. Let me see. Yes, that's also true. Yes, I know that too. That's why my other teacher, they said that they used to call the Indians our little brown cousins. They used to call Indians our little brown cousins. Oh, so even it's hard for even the lottery picks? I didn't know that, but I should have figured. I should have figured. I should have figured. Why you say he a clown for? Caribbeans are not doing all the shootings, and that's a fact that the Indians be shooting up in and Canada too. I just saw. I'll be watching Canadian news. I saw about how the Indians killed that guy, and then you had the Indian gang pull up to the police station or somebody or like the governors, not the governors, a politician or the police or judge talking about how he got 100 shooters. I saw that. Them Indians is doing they drilling for real out there. They really with it. I don't know why you said that. I don't know why you said that.
And like I said, when he talks about the blacks are doing very good, no disrespect to some of these countries because I've been to some of them, right? I would argue that the Nigerians and the Ghanaians that go to the United States are not the same ones all over the world. The reason why Ghanaians didn't get in because they have a reputation like the Nigerians for scamming. And once your country gets known for scamming, it's worse. It's worse to be known as a scamming country than a drug dealer or a murderous country. It's the worst. Because at least if you are murdering or prostituting people, which, I mean, they also do that very well too, well, you can say, well, that's in between the bad guys. Scamming is different because anybody can get it. I was, you know, Ward and Meyer, right?
Yeah.
We used to be real close. I remember I'm in Kenya right now. When we were in Kenya, he couldn't even get a SIM card at M-Pesa because he had a Ghanaian passport. Nobody would do it. That was in 2019, and 2018. He was largely popular then.
And they don't want to speak about it, but there is some jealousy with the passport and the fact that the American passport, Canadian passport is great as well. We can get anywhere. But the fact that y'all are able to travel anywhere, the ease of doing business and travel for Americans is a lot easier. And I do see a lot of resentment from some Africans online as it relates to the fact that y'all can just go anywhere. That's why you would hear Nana speaking about folks as if you're like new colonialists. I'm struggling to say that.
God damn.
Yeah, and that's like, I don't know.
Well, let me just say this. I think that obviously everybody does wrong on each side. I mean, Black Americans, we do things that are offensive to Caribbeans, Haitians, or Africans. And when they have something to say about us, we cannot just be bigots, right? And just not listen because we make those mistakes. I make those mistakes. I have made those mistakes here. The issue that you have to understand, I think that the FBA people have with Africans, it's not that I don't think FBAs are the people in the FBA online community hate Africans because if they did, they just probably wouldn't even talk about them. The reality is that I think everybody wants to be together, but there's a lack of parity. And my argument is,
Oshay, you're not gonna do that. We're not letting you do that. Everybody do not want to be together. Again, a lot of these people do hate Africans. They always hated Africans. Mind you, a lot of these people were always anti-Black. Africans are just the newest target. Because like I said, before Tariq and them was attacking Black immigrants, they was attacking native Black Americans about, oh, y'all on welfare, ghetto names, oh, criminal, oh, y'all not like these white people. We not this and we not that. We not like the Nigerians. We don't got our stuff together. We just sitting around with Bo Shikwa, bastard baby maker, hair-hatted hyena. Cut it out. They always been anti-Black. This is just a new target. They new target. That's it. You still going? You 5-point star. You must be Indian. You must be Indian. You must be Indian. Matter of fact, A matter of fact, we're gonna do this for the edification of the people because he must be Indian. He must be Indian. Here we go. For all you don't know, this is an Indian gang right here. They pulled up to the police station and told him that he got 1,000 soldiers. Remember, this is after the Indians done killed that guy because the Indian gangs in Canada be doing hits for the Indian government. Like, I don't understand. Of course, all right, so black people shot up at an event. It happens. I'm pretty sure there's white people shooting up events. There's Indians shooting up events. Let's just watch this clip.
A chilling claim made to the Afro Police Department last year is now coming to light. The Indian-based Bishnoi gang allegedly boasting it has up to 1,000-foot soldiers ready to carry out shootings across Canada.
I can acknowledge that the Afro Police Department did receive a letter back in August of 2025. That letter was shared with our law enforcement partners, not only in the Lower Mainland, but across Canada.
The letter disclosed during an immigration hearing Thursday in Edmonton. According to a police investigator who testified, the letter also alluded to how every business needs to pay their tax.
Unfortunately, I just can't get into the specifics of what that letter said. That forms part of an ongoing investigation and the extortion crisis as a whole.
News of the letter has sent shockwaves through the South Asian community, already living through months of extortion threats and violence.
The community is really frustrated and afraid.
It's a shocking letter to hear those types of numbers. They are trying to operate on a premise of fear.
While the true size of the Bishnoi gang remains unclear, police across the country have made dozens of arrests tied to the extortion crisis.
Some of these same thugs that are carrying out crimes in other provinces have been operating here. So when you think about it that way, we're actually dealing with a very small number of people who are carrying out a large number of crimes across the country.
Meanwhile, Abbotsford police say extortion-related violence is trending downwards with 13 extortion-related incidents this year.
Wait, time out. So are you Indian, 5-point star? But again, I never denied that there's Caribbean gangs doing shootings in Canada. I never denied that. I never said that. I was pointing out the fact that you went here and when he was talking about Indian crime, you just started going off on this weird tangent about, it's the Caribbeans doing all the shootings. It's the Caribbeans. That's what you said. So I'm showing you, I told you, I'm in tune with Canadian news. I'm in tune with what's going on in Canada. You can't pull that wool over my head and make it seem like it's just Caribbeans committing all the crimes and doing all the shootings. Show me the Caribbeans going to the police station telling them they got 1,000 shooters and they extorting all the communities, saying that all the businesses got to pay tax. Come on now. Okay, that doesn't mean anything. But yeah, I'm not. You said you're not Indian, but like I said, I don't know what you are. But you got mighty highly offended when the guy brought up crime that the Indians are committing and how they just let anybody who's of Indian descent into Canada with no regard, which is true. That's a fact. But like I said, I never once said all the crime is being committed by Indians. I never once said that Indians are bad people. You are the ones who just came in here and made it seem like, no, Indians are not doing any crime. It's really just the Caribbean people. That's out. I know there are black gangs in Toronto. That was never my issue. That was never in dispute about whether there are black gangs in Toronto or whether black people commit crime in Toronto. You were the ones making it seem like it was just black people committing crimes and that there was no Indian crime and that he was lying. Like I said, I didn't get this wrong. This is me proving my point. I don't gotta prove that, there's also black crime in there. I never said there wasn't. Never said that there wasn't. Shout out to the Snowman for being a member of the channel for 2 months. Shout out to you, Snowman. Thank you for being he's level 1 member of the channel for 2 months. How many videos you get? I gotta change that the tier list around too, because again, But for you, Urban Palmer, you could get 2. But I'm gonna have to reorder that request list, because like sometimes people, because that's why I'm not really taking requests right now, because I'm backed up on the requests. But for you're supported the channel, you could come through. You can hit me on the email, and you can request 2. Shout out to Madison for being a member of the channel, level 1 member for 3 months. Much appreciated. But yeah, let's finish this so we can go back to we can go back to Oshay.
All of those 13 incidents have been nonviolent.
In a statement, BC Solicitor General and Public Safety Minister Nina Krieger says she can't comment on the letter, but says the government continues to back police efforts against extortion. Police say the investigation is ongoing as officers across the country work to dismantle the network behind the threats. TF Fast Global News.
All right, that's enough of that. We don't need to. Did I prove my point about the Indian thing, or I got to keep going? I think I proved my point. Shout out to everybody in the building. I think I proved my point about the Indian thing, so I could keep going. Exactly. Like, that's why I said that was also something dumb to say, like, oh, black immigrants commit the most crime in America. Like, bro, anybody who been to jail before would tell you that ain't true. That ain't true at all. And salute to you again for being a member of the channel for 2 months. But yeah, let's get back to this.
When you come from a system of gatekeeping, not having a lot of opportunities, which happens in a lot of Caribbean countries, in African countries, a lot of tribalism involved in that. It's just very difficult to be collaborative because you don't come from that sort of environment. Like, as a Black American,
I know that. Like I said, I don't know if you was in the building earlier, but I called Canada a salad. I said us in New York, especially in New York, we a melting pot. Y'all in Canada, y'all salad. Y'all little, as you know, in a salad, you can pick out the pieces. Like, y'all stay to yourself mostly. Y'all don't have like no unified Black identity. The same way in the UK. They a salad too. They got a bunch of different groups of Black people in there, but they own little separate groups. It's not like America. It's not like New York. You don't have like a one overarching identity, Black identity that everybody can feed into. Shout out to you. I'm yelling for coming through with 11 euros. Exactly. And Oshay is also accusing y'all of like taking resources and stuff like that. Like, this is nonsense. Like I said earlier, no Black immigrant is taking anything. That's a lie. This is an FBA lie. Nobody's taking anything from anybody. Salute to you for doubling up and helping me get closer to my goal. We halfway there, family. We halfway to the goal. Let's keep it going.
I mean, I grew up in Del Paso Heights. When it was 30 years, if you ask Google Gemini, what's the most consistently bad neighborhood over this 40-year period? And no doubt about it, it's Del Paso Heights. But even in that, we're all the same culture for the most part. I can go to any Black church in Philadelphia. I know all the songs. I ain't even got to be there. I know all the songs. I know all the foods. So as a community, we're more collaborative because we're all one main group. And I would say even some of the people in Nova Scotia, Canada, you have some of the Black Americans that went there. Yeah. So if I would go there, they have a little bit of different accent, but I would still understand almost all of the culture.
No, you wouldn't. Cut it out. So you telling me, Oshay, you can go to all the different parts of the African American diaspora and understand the culture? Could you go to the African American diaspora in Trinidad and understand all the culture? How about Cuba? How about Puerto Rico? How about Haiti? How about the Dominican Republic? What about in Sierra Leone? What about in Liberia? What about Mexico? What about the UK? Because there's still a little bit of Black people still there that come from that's a part of our diaspora. What about them? What about our Black diaspora in Germany? Because I think we got one in I'll put those as second tier diasporas, like Germany, the Philippines, Vietnam, and stuff like that. Thailand, those are like second tier diaspora. No disrespect to nobody who's a part of the diaspora, but it's not really like a diaspora. It was like more of a bunch of black guys had a bunch of kids over there, and their kids still there. But yeah, that still kind of a diaspora. Or better yet, what about the South African diaspora? You right there in Uganda. Why you never hooked up with the South African American diaspora? Or what about the one in Ghana? You got the Kenyatta channel. I think we got a diaspora in Kenya too. Why you never hooked up with them? But let's keep it going.
You know, a lot of tribalism pins in. It's hard for them to kind of work with people, and at the same time, these people want to be in the Pan-African world, but they gatekeep all the time. I mean, not even just me. Leave us out. You ask the Nigerians about each other.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm an insider. Like, I understand when somebody goes to Qatar and somebody says, "Oh, Shay, can you send this money to somebody because I don't want to give to my dad or my mom because they'll spend it." Like, the biggest issues that Africans have are not even really with us or Caribbeans. Like, Nigerians gatekeep in America. Like, a lot of migrants fail in Canada or the United States because Nigerians won't even give them information, or Ghanaians won't give them information. So now,
what does this have to do with Pan-Africanism, Oshay? What does this have to do with Pan-Africanism? Inquiring minds want to know, what does this have to do with Pan-Africanism? What does it have to do with it? What does it have to do with it?
If this happens in between you, then it's going to happen with us. Now, and when it happens with us, the problem with Africans is they're more passive aggressive than we are.
Yeah.
Black Americans are very much tell it like it is.
Yeah, but let me just say one thing. I think there is a difference between
that's incorrect. Africans are more direct. Ain't nobody more direct in they speaking than Africans. Nobody more direct than them. Yes, O'Shea's is filibuster. Like, what is he even talking about? I'm starting to think Oshay don't even know what Pan-Africanism is. I'm starting to think that. Yes, FBA babble. FBA babble. Yes, Green Goblin. Shout out to you in the building. They are direct. But let's let Oshay keep talking because he's not making no sense.
The FBA online movement, which we're seeing online, and African Americans as which we know y'all to be, because the FBA movement, they come with a different level of disdain and animus, and it's always respect me while I demean you, disrespect you, call you a tether when there's no behavior related to it. It's just, oh, why are you speaking about American topics? They literally look at me.
That's because tether is a slur. Don't let nobody trick you. You don't got to do anything to be a tether. That's like a white person saying, well, I called you a nigger because you behaving like a nigger. No. Don't ever fall for that. Because guess what? When they call you a nigger and you ain't doing nothing that's quote unquote nigger behavior, you'll know that, that was cap when they were saying that before. It's the same thing with FBA. Oh, we calling y'all tethers because y'all behaving like tethers. So why are you calling other people who don't even speak about America, never even been to America, don't care about what's going on in America, tethers? Because it's a slur.
I mean, they're like, oh, you're Canadian, you're from Toronto, you shouldn't be talking about mainstream celebrity news and social topics that pertain to my, like, for me, I'm like, okay, there's a bit of confusion with some of the Americans. They don't really understand what our media and our entertainment consists of. They don't understand that it's a lot of copy and paste. That's why
it's not that it's no confusion. They just a hate cult. It's the same thing going back to the movies. They crying about Africans or black immigrants, black Brits playing historical African American characters in the movies. But when you point out that African Americans also play Africans in the movies, what do they say? They don't care. See, that's what it is. There's no confusion. They know what they're doing. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't. They want to be able to do whatever they want to do, however they want to do it, and they want to be right by definition, while anything you do that they don't agree with is automatically wrong. Period. They want to be the new white man. They want to be able to say, because You know how people say I'm white and I say so? They want to be like, oh, I'm FBA and I say so. That's what they want. They want to be I'm FBA and I say so. Yo, how come it's okay for y'all to play us, but we can't play y'all? Because I'm FBA and I said so. How come y'all can call us tethers and African booty scratcher and all these names, and we gotta just say, well, it ain't all of y'all, so we can't be mad because of that. We only can be mad at the individuals, but somebody could say, quote unquote, Akata or Yankee, and you'll use that as a justification to attack us all. How is that fair? How does that make sense? Because I'm FBA and I say so. That's what they want. There is no confusion. They just want to be able to do I'm FBA and I said so. That's it. Shout out to the Diasporian for coming through with the 10. Much appreciated. You helped me get one step closer to my goal. We more than halfway there, family. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. And make sure y'all salute the Diasporian for supporting the stream. Salute everybody who supported the stream today. Mario, you are correct. That's it. That's it. Like I said, if you look at them, they basically crossed out white and put FBA, and they crossed out black and put black immigrant. That's it.
In the NBA, the MLB, the NHL, we're all in the major league. We're in this. We share the same shit. So when they say that, it's like there's this disconnect. And because of the FBA movement, it kind of just ostracized a whole region of blacks in Canada. Same with the whole, even with it started with the Kendrick song when he did the Not Like Us shit. It really started with that, with the Not Like Us. And then people are like, oh, they're different. They're not.
No, it didn't start with that. They've been doing it. See, you confused. FBA didn't just, FBA was meat riding that song to try to boost to boost the signal boost themselves, but no, it didn't start like that. Did not start like that, because even before that song even came out, you had Tariq saying that the black people who fled to Canada to get away from slavery are not FBA. They not FBA because they fled. The black people who fled with Harriet Tubman, he said they not FBA. So they've been throwing shots at Canada way before that song came out. Way before that song came out.
Foundational black. They don't get it. They put Drake in that label, but Drake is foundationally black American because his father is African. He's from Memphis.
Yes.
He's not Caribbean.
Yes.
No, Oshay. No. Matter of fact, we about to play that clip of Tariq saying that Drake is not FBA. We got to play the clip. They just said Drake is FBA. We got to play that clip. Shout out to everybody in the building. Make sure y'all liking the stream. Make sure y'all liking the stream. Let's keep it going. Let's see. We're gonna find that clip. We're gonna find that clip. Where's that? Where's that? Of them saying Drake is not FBA. Of Drake not being FBA. Let me see. Let's see. Where's that clip? Here we go. Wait, I'm not sharing my screen. Am I? I'm sharing it now. Shout out to everybody in the building. I'm sharing it now. Y'all can see? Y'all can see? Let's go.
Yeah. Well, the part that I don't understand, though, and correct me, is you're telling me that being a foundational Black American isn't a choice, it's a lineage.
Right.
So if Drake's lineage through his father is FBA, doesn't that automatically make him FBA just by bloodline?
No, also blood and land. Blood and land, same thing. Yeah, land too. You're not in America, you're in Canada. So you know what I'm saying?
You take the same Drake, same mother, he grows up, let's say in Memphis, he would be FBA?
Right. If he was born here, yes. If he was born on this land, experiencing Memphis, because Memphis has a very unique history.
Yes,
Memphis ain't no goddamn Canada. You know what I'm saying? So, like that, you know?
Well, the part that
y'all heard him, right? Y'all heard it. Y'all heard it from the beginning. Shout out to Lord of Slaughter for coming through with the 199. They definitely do want that. They definitely do want that. Shout out to y'all. Thank you again, bro, for coming through with the 199 and for all your support. He's also a member of the channel. Family, you can hit that join button and become a member of the channel. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns. Make sure y'all shouting out Lord of Slaughter for coming through with that. Oh, shout out Lee D. Clinton for coming through with the 5. We know Kendrick was not talking about no damn FBA. He was not talking about no damn FBA. We know that. Shout out to you for coming through with the 5. Make sure y'all shouting out everybody who's supporting the stream, family. Make sure y'all shouting them out. They're helping to keep this stream going. But yeah, let's keep it going. Let me get back to this. Let me get back to this.
So it's like there is this divide now. It's like because of the movement, if you are born in America, you're first generation, but your parents are from Ghana, or your parents are from Jamaica or something. For some reason, now you're not black.
That's wrong. Shout out to let me see, what's bro name? Deuces of Growth. Shout out to you. I see you came through with a gift too. You came through with a gift, and you came through with a $4.99 super chat. Much appreciated. Make sure y'all shouting out, bro. Make sure y'all shout bro out. Thank you for coming through, helping me reach my goal. Salute. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. But that's not true. If your parents weren't born here, but they came here, they are the first generation immigrants. Their kids are second generation immigrants. Their grandkids is third generation immigrants. They may be first generation born in America, if that's what you mean, but overall, they're second generation immigrants. If you're born here, you're a second generation immigrant. And they got this other concept called like 1.5 immigrant. That means you wasn't born here, but you came here when you were super young. They say you came here when you were super young. It's like some people say it's like 13 and younger. 13 and younger. But yeah, let's get back to this. Oh, shout out to Blazing Hot for coming through with the 10. Exactly. They love because remember, FBA is MAGA. It's a white nationalist psyop. That's why they ain't got nothing to say about it. That's why they don't got nothing to say about it. Trump, remember the other day, I don't know if you was in the building, we covered it. When Tariq said he was happy that Trump blocked the reparations. He said he was happy. You think they care that Trump done made like $3 billion since he been in office? Grifting and scamming? Not a word. Not a peep. Not a peep. Not a word. Yeah, let's get back to this.
Or you're not American enough to represent or speak for black people or anything that you've done your entire life. There's this disconnect where it's like, you're a celebrity. You created your status from being a celebrity. You got your fame from doing what you're talented for. Like Godfrey. I'm gonna use Godfrey for example, because I'm a Godfrey supporter. You've been putting your foot on Godfrey's neck recently. I look at Godfrey as somebody that's talented,
He's definitely talented.
Yeah, he got his fame, his esteem off of being talented. He spoke up for literally every black issue I could see. Every black issue. Every time there's a black issue, he has a short, he has an Instagram story, he has something on his other channel. He speaks up for everything. He was born in America. He's Nigerian of descent, but he's born in America. He has this black American lived experience, but now he's not black enough for an FBA. Now Lloyd Banks and Tony Ayo are tethers.
Yeah, you bring up a very interesting point. I actually got a video on Godfrey, and I'm glad you brought that up because, again, what you get is, you got people like this too far to the right, and like I would never call you I think you're a brother that's trying to call it down the middle, right? But unfortunately, what's happened is this sort of issue between blacks and Africans was happening. My mother went to UC Davis in 1968. Before this became an online conversation in the 80s. My mom, I was young enough to remember.
All right, you babbling because you didn't actually address what you was trying to say. I see that you switched the subject. Shout out to Alex for coming through with the 5. Much appreciated. Peace to you, bro. Make sure y'all saluting everybody who donates. Make sure y'all saluting everybody who donating, who supporting the stream. But let's get back to this. Let me see. Did I miss something? Hey, did I miss something? I think I got some other comments. Solo Poppy, my Venmo is in the pinned comment at the top. Just click the pinned comment, you'll see it. I'm about to drop it back on the chat. Thanks. Salute to you. Oh, salute Justin March. He came through with the $2 for the goal. We almost at the goal, family. We almost hitting the goal. Salute. Let's get back to see what this bozo got to say.
She was talking about it. So it was going on before then. It's reached over to a head now, right?
Yeah.
But it's been brewing. It was brewing even with Africans with the Caribbeans in London. I mean, it's kind of wherever these guys go, they have this problem. It's not that you will go anywhere, even when Black Americans go places. If we come and live in Canada, you never hear anybody say Black Americans have these issues with Canadians when they live there. They just don't. The reality is, though, is that if somebody's going to deal with you, they got to get something from you. That's pretty much what it is. You know, even me as a bear creator, I don't like whatever I see you come on, I always try to support or whatever, right? That's just my nature, right? I'm like, oh, okay, this brother is cool, you know, let me support. One of the criticisms I have with Africans, and when people deal with them everywhere, it costs too much to deal with them. And when they want to deal with you, it's basically some vibes, but when they want something from you, it's tangible. Let me give you an example.
Yeah, you're gonna have to give an example because now you say Africans are like stealing stuff or grifting, whatever. Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with the 5. Also a moderator of the channel and a member of the channel. You said I should go on some of these shows. That's what you meant? I should go on some of these shows? I will go on shows. Like, again, I don't duck no smoke. I will go on shows. Even right now, somebody gave the idea, and I'm saying I'm gonna rock with it. I'm gonna drop the link after we finish with the Oshay thingy. I'm probably gonna drop the link. Maybe, matter of fact, we got to do one more thing before I do that. It's got to do with Afro Think Tank, so it's all a part of the same thing. And I'm gonna drop the link, and we're gonna see what is what. But shout out to you for that. But yeah, let's keep it going. Wait, somebody commented to me. Let me see. I see orange. Let me see. Exactly. Yes. Oh, yeah. So we'll definitely get to that about Trump stealing all that money. But yeah, they don't care. They don't care. And family, also remember, you can support the stream other ways too. You know, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. I take it all. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. But yeah, let's get back to this. Let's get back to this. You was? Well, I didn't see it. I didn't see it, but I'm happy you were saying it though. Happy you were saying it. Let's keep it going.
Godfrey says, I defend you guys all the time. All right? This is true. He will defend. Once it came time for Nolan Wells' funeral and the fundraising, he wasn't there. Okay? Now, when Godfrey's comedy special came.
Are you serious? So are you trying to say that Godfrey don't really be stormed down like that for black people? Because when Nolan Wells' funeral, rest in peace to that brother, funeral came around, he didn't go to the funeral. Why you didn't go to the funeral, Oshay? You're a millionaire. It would have cost you nothing to fly from Uganda to America to attend that funeral. Why you ain't donate to the family? Why you ain't offer to say, hey, I'm Oshay Duke Jackson. I really care. I'll pay for the autopsy. You got it, Oshay. That's what I keep saying about these bozos. They keep putting these weird ass standards on black celebrities, black athletes, when these niggas got the bag. They are millionaires. Everything that they asking other people to do, they can do. They can do. They trying to put all these weird standards on people and get other people to attack other people for not doing what they said should be done, even though they got the money and they could do it they damn self. They could do it they damn self.
Will.i.am, who was raised by African-American mother and a father he never knew, he grew up Black American, he gave $20,000. When Godfrey needs something, go.
Are you serious? You could do that with everybody. Shout out to Jada Kiss. I was just thinking about Jada Kiss just now. Because you said will.i.am, and I thought about when Jadakiss said that about him. Jadakiss didn't donate. Jay-Z didn't donate, as far as I know. Ray Lewis didn't donate. Kendrick Lamar didn't donate. Look, we could go run down the list. So all these people didn't donate, and that's fine. But somehow Godfrey didn't donate, and now he's a bad person. Now he's a bad person who only cares about black people when he could get something. That's a fact. Oshay didn't go to Kevin Samuels' funeral. Mind you, like I said before, Oshay was bragging about how he made $90,000 in 1 month just using Kevin Samuels for content. But did he go to his funeral? Did he put some dollars on that funeral? I don't know if he put some dollars on it, but I know he didn't go to it. Again, that inquiring minds want to know, did you put some money up for Kevin Samuels' funeral? Kevin Samuels got kids. Are you in contact with his kids? Are you making sure that they situated? Are you doing that? Mind you, this is somebody you know, Oshay. This is somebody you know. Disgusting. Beyond disgusting. You can't make this up, bro. You can't.
Look at that. You see all these names, Tariq, Lashante, all these black Americans is given to you, right? Africans will not deal with black Americans only on vibes. When you deal with Africans, you got to give them something. You can't deal with them for nothing.
I think
let me finish this.
Okay.
Because I've been living here for like a long time, right? I'm going to tell you because you're my brother.
So what was Godfrey getting when he stood 10 toes down with Lord Jamal against Vlad TV for talking against the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan? What did he get out of that? I would say Godfrey lost by doing that. Godfrey could have still been the man on Vlad, getting the bag, getting exposure, doing all that. But he chose to walk away from it. He walked away from it. That wasn't easy. That wasn't easy. To sit up and talk to Vlad all day and get, like, what? Because Vlad was probably giving Godfrey, like, what? $10,000? $5,000, something? Just to sit to talk to Vlad? And you know Vlad is always going to keep calling you every week because he's using you to talk about current topics? Like, come on now. He stood on business. He stood on business. What did he get for that? Exactly, Justin March. He stood on business. What did he get for that? What did he get for that? Not a damn thing. He lost for that. What point you trying to make? Exactly, President Jafar. All they do is point fingers. Disgusting. Yes, Alex, Godfrey got more character than all these streamers, and he had more to lose. Look at Tariq Nasheed. He ran back to Vlad after Vlad done said all those things. Vlad brought people on the platform to disrespect FBA. He violated FBA out of his own mouth. He banned Tariq from his show, everything. But as soon as he reached the hand, Tariq came back like a little hoe. Remember, Tariq was the main one talking down on Adam 22, talking down on Vlad. But as soon as they reached the hand, he came like a little bitch. He came to them like a little bitch. Ain't nothing that he said on their platforms that he couldn't say on his own platform. But still in all, he ran back to them. Like, think about it. What was Tariq losing by not going on Vlad? Not a damn thing. In fact, all he did while going on Vlad was embarrass himself and lose credibility. That's all he did. He embarrassed himself and lost credibility. Because people, that clip I played with Tariq talking about Drake, that video is nothing but people going in the comment section talking about, oh, FBA it don't make no sense. This is dumb. This is stupid. How is Drake not FBA? All he did was go up there and embarrass himself. I bet you Vlad didn't even pay him to go up there. Shout out to That's Amazing for the double up with the 5. Exactly. He definitely did. He didn't just sacrifice himself for Farrakhan. He sacrificed himself standing 10 toes down with Lord Jamal. Mind you, Godfrey even was standing with Lord Jamal when Lord Jamal was the one who requested that debate with the flat earth and got crushed. He got crushed in that debate. But Lord Jamal still stood with him. And he started attacking Godfrey because he mad that he lost the debate that he asked for. Remember, he asked to do that debate on Godfrey's show. And Lord Jamal is such a bozo, he went back to Vlad to go diss Godfrey. That's how much of a bozo he is. And then Vlad brought him back so he could diss Godfrey and then discarded him. Lord Jamal ain't been back ever since. Total bozo. Thank you for the 5. Shout out to Blazing Hot for doubling up with another 10 and also helping me reach my goal. Family, we hit the goal today. Thank you. Much appreciated to everybody who supported and helped me reach this goal today. Shout out to y'all. Salute, salute, salute. Shout out to everybody who donated other ways, because again, all the donations don't go to the goal. But if you donated, shout, I salute you. Thank you. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Exactly. That's the Satan the sinner, right? Another FBA grifter. Another FBA grifter. Another FBA grifter. Satan the sinner. Another one. Another one. You can't make that up. Like, again, nobody said nothing about them. Always bragging about how much money they got, how successful they are. Where any of this money going to go to the community? When is any of this money going to go to a cause that they say they believe in? It don't even got to go to the community. Just send it to a cause you say you believe in. Send it to a cause that you say other people should send their money to. Like, that's the one thing I could even say about Tariq. Tariq even knows to tactically send money here and there for legitimacy, so he can hide behind that. Even he's smart enough to do that. Even he's smart enough to do that. Yes, family, make sure y'all hit the like button and make sure y'all share the stream. The stream. Yes, we hit it. Goal. You already know. We hit the goal. We hit the goal. But yeah, let me take this moment real quick to make sure I shout out everybody properly for helping me hit that goal. 24th. Shout out. Oh, dang, my computer's messing up. I can't even do it. I guess I gotta wait to the end. I guess that's a sign to wait to the end. But shout out to everybody who donated to help me reach this goal. Much appreciated. Let's get back to this. Dag, I think the comments is coming in too fast because the comment section is really slowing down and stuff. Crazy. Like, I'm missing mad comments. But if you don't want me to miss your comment, the best way to do that is to send a super chat. That's the only way I'm going to be guaranteed to see it, because the comments is flowing too fast now.
Bro, do you remember this nigga I had on my podcast? My name is Agaba. Remember that nigga?
Yeah.
On my King Ghana podcast? That nigga beat me for I don't know how much money. I swear to God, if he was here right now, he'd touch every wall in this motherfucking place. I'm talking about, he came to me. This is, I'm talking about, like, this is what people do. They align, they emphasize, then they recommend. And when they recommend, they align. Oh, okay, I'm from Cali too. I'm from Canada too. Empathize. Oh, I'm going through the same thing. Recommend. Their friend or you. They're all in their backdooring you. This is not all Africans, but most Africans, when dealing with Black Americans, whether it's on the continent or in America, many Black Americans will say there's a predatory relationship between us and them. And it's never the same value that we give. And because you're Black Americans, you're supposed to look out for everybody else, just like South Africa is supposed to look out for all of its migrants. They're supposed to come in and get free health care and use up their resources. And a lot of Black Americans feel like, well, we got to be this open group, and then being open while you contain your insular stuff away from us. That's how Pan-Africanism has to work with us. Now, the moment that the Black Americans want to do the same thing the Jamaicans are doing with their own communities, the Haitians want to do with their own communities, now all of a sudden we're dividing. The reality is that Africans taught us how to be divisive, because ain't nobody more divisive than Africans. And no one. There's no group of Blacks on planet Earth more divisive. You cannot tell me, name a group of people more divisive, and it's Africans. The most divisive people on the planet Earth.
I don't think.
O'Shea, what you saying is not making no sense at all. I think you trying to make a point that ain't got nothing to do with Pan-Africanism. The point you trying to make ain't got nothing to do with Pan-Africanism. Shout out to Naps in the building. My Gmail, I dropped it in the comment section. I dropped the Gmail in the comment section. Shout out to you. It's also in the description box below. Shout out to you. You can't make this up. Like, again, I think O'Shea is just in his feelings. He's upset. because he got scammed. And again, I would be upset too if I got scammed. I'm not gonna hold you. If I got scammed, I'm upset. I'm upset if I get scammed. I'm upset, but I know not to try to take it out on everybody. Like you got scammed for some money, and now you trying to take it out on all Africans. Not only are you grifting the FBA bozo movement, but you also got a personal gripe with some African, and now you're mad. Now you're mad. Like again, this ain't got nothing to do with Pan-Africanism. This don't. This ain't got nothing to do with no Pan-Africanism. It really don't. Like I'm still waiting for Oshay to explain what's the problem with Pan-Africanism, why he attacks Pan-Africanism. Like we've been here for how long waiting for Oshay to do that? He hasn't done it yet. Shout out to everybody in the building.
Black Americans are divisive. I think the FBA movement online is divisive. That's what I think personally. I feel like these motherfuckers is trying to block anybody that is not of the FBA. They're like, oh, you're not FBA, like it's some sort of club or gang or something. I'm like, ain't that your lineage? They're always like hashtag FBA. I'm like, ain't that your lineage? I'm like, first of all, I don't like the name because I'm like, y'all are American.
Wait, time out. Oh, shout out to Emmanuel for the 5. Shout out to you for the 5, bro. Yeah, J. Edgar Hoover was the most diabolical mixed person. He was. I definitely co-sign that. I don't even, matter of fact, was J. Edgar Hoover actually mixed? Because I heard that he was cross-dressing, like he was mixing his clothes. But was he act? Because again, I thought that might have been a conspiracy theory. I never looked into it too much, but I did hear that he was mixed. Everybody shout out Emmanuel. Sorry about that, bro. I didn't see, because again, like I only got like one monitor and I got to click between different screens to see different things. I got to periodically click between different screens to try to see different things. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, let's keep it going.
Americans. White people didn't adopt the name foundational white Americans. They claimed American. They took the title. So I'm like, putting yourself as an FBA is like, okay, you're slotting yourself as a second-class citizen out the gates. You're saying delineate and say your lineage is from here is literally saying you are not African at all. Meaning that the transatlantic slave trade never took your ass from Africa. You were here. When they came there, you were here. You were native. That's what
some people are saying that, which I don't agree with. Even Tariq doesn't agree with that, but I do. That was already kind of going on. I'm Indian, that kind of.
But when you use the word,
no, Tariq was agreeing with it. He's just got a chicken butt mouth. Shout out to the Mad Head Doctor. For all you who don't know, when a chicken only got one hole, it pees out that hole, poops out that hole, and lay eggs out that hole. And every time a chicken squat down, you never know what's gonna come out that hole. That's the same thing with Tariq's mouth. You never know what he gonna say when he opened his mouth. Because Tariq had said he was indigenous and was jacking the Aboriginal movement. As is. Then he tried to remix it. Then he attacked it for being fake. He's constantly saying different things. You never know with Tariq. You just never know.
Or delineates, and you're talking about lineage, it brings that's what it means. It means you're not from here. This is my lineage is from this soil. So I think the verbiage is a little off.
Okay. So let me just say this. There is a growing number of people online that's kind of spitting their rhetoric, and that kind of started with that one guy. I forgot his name. He was out of Baltimore, Maryland. He was this dude that was kind of pushing the Indian stuff. We were Native Americans, all that other stuff. I believe that when I look around Africa, when I'm walking around every day, there's no doubt about it that we came from here. Yeah. No doubt about it. Yeah, I mean, it's just, even the girls, women even drag their feet the same. But the reality is that in order for somebody to deal with you, there has to be parity. That means whatever I bring to the relationship, you bring to the relationship. And I think that
but that's like a millionaire. That's like a millionaire trying to talk about, oh, we splitting rent, and you're talking to a minimum wage worker. It's like, oh, we need parity.
Wait, I'm glad you said that. let me say that. So the thing is, like in the scriptures, Jesus talks about who gave the most out of these talents. Like a person has 100 talents, he gave 10, but the person had 1 talent and he gave it all. Who gave the most? So it's not about giving money. I have an employee that when he started working for us, he couldn't edit. he couldn't edit. He would just sweep the floor. Whatever he could do, like it'll make you cry, right? Whatever he could do, he would try. And I don't think that what people are looking for in Pan-Africanism is for you to give me, I have $1,000, you give me YOLO last $10. But just the effort. If it's a cleanup, we can do something. But we're the effort, right? And I think that what's happened right now with so many of the African brothers that kind of...
Oh man, my sound cut out. I was just making. I was so. See, that's why I had sympathy for bro when he's talking about how his thing cut out. My sound just cut out. My fault. My sound cut out. What I said was that Oshay must not know what Pan-Africanism is, because what he's saying ain't got nothing to do with Pan-Africanism. He's literally promoting that Tariq Nasheed nonsense about Pan-Africanism being a one-way street. That we give, and we don't get nothing in return. That's what he's pushing right now. That's what he's pushing right now. Disgusting.
I have, even without Black Americans, most Africans will help Black Americans before they help themselves. That's a fact. And I don't mean that's a whole other story, but anybody in the FBA and in the community, like if you go to Nigerian, a Nigerian will help you before they help each other. Usually, that's the truth. But the reality is that we can't have.
So what's the issue then? If Africans will help African Americans before they help other Africans, why are you sitting here complaining, talking? You just was complaining about Africans not doing nothing for us, even though we're doing everything for them. But now you're saying that if we go there, they'll help us before they help each other. Insane.
Relationship with people, and where we feel like you can just bring vibes and performative actions, such as Nigerian Independence Day, you show up, or if it's Juneteenth, all of a sudden it's now Jollof instead of ribs. You're going to just hijack that. You know what I mean? And it's never really a full support of what we do. But Black Americans support African business all the time.
But one
City of Philadelphia.
One thing. My bad for cutting you off.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Godfrey didn't drop any money towards Nolan Wells, but Godfrey stood 10 toes down on the boycott of Vlad. Folks were talking about Vlad is a culture vulture. He's disrespecting Black folks.
Oh, I'm happy he brought that up. I'm happy because I didn't see that. And as y'all heard, I said that same thing about Godfrey. But to Oshay's other point about them hijacking, how is having Jollof rights at Juneteenth hijacking it? Inquiring minds want to know, how is that hijacking it? How is Juneteenth being hijacked? In fact, people want them to bring Jollof rights. Like, remember, like all this stuff that Oshay and the FBA Bozo group keep saying, they never answer the question. Are these people being invited here? And is anybody who's there having a problem with it? No, it's always y'all bozos on the internet who are not at these events, who don't be out here showing love to the community or nothing like that, complaining. Y'all the only ones complaining. Let's really put our thinking caps on. They're the only ones complaining. I've been to plenty of events. I'm from New York. Ain't nothing more Caribbean than New York except the Caribbean. I've been to plenty of events. In fact, I know how I found out about the American Day Parade from my friend who was from Grenada. Our events is always open to everybody. That's how they work. No, and nobody say, oh, if you come to the event, you got to behave this way or that way. You can't bring this. You can't eat this. You can't celebrate this. You can't do that. Nobody does that. Shout out to Lee D. Clinton for tripling up with this 5. Yes, Juneteenth is a federal holiday. But what Oshay is trying to say is that, oh, when we have a Juneteenth celebration as Native Black Americans, y'all come and try to hijack it amongst us, which is cap. That's the same lie they try to push with the Essence Fest. Same lie. Same lie. Same lie. Or with the Africa Takeover Day at Howard. Same lie. Same lie. Same thing they claim with hip hop. These are the same lies, that somebody is hijacking something, somebody is stealing something, somebody is cosplaying something. Always the same.
He made the comments about the minister. He didn't apologize until 5 years later. He offered a bag to Lord Jamar. Lord Jamar went crawling right back. Godfrey stood on business. He stood on code. He lost an enormous amount of money not being affiliated with Vlad. So he didn't spend money, but he lost money standing with folks. Does that not mean anything?
I'm happy the brother made this point. LT, I'm happy you made this point, because again, I made this point. I did not hear this part. I'm telling no lies, because without time I clicked it, when I did the live, that's where it was at. Because I had just started it, because shout out to Lee. She sent me this, so I clicked it. I went live immediately, and I said, once we got people in the building, we just going to go back to the beginning and work from there. I didn't see this. Shout out to you, bro, for saying that, for standing up for Godfrey, because that's exactly what I said. Exactly what I said. Like, come on, talking about what somebody didn't give. But you sure silent about what was lost, and you didn't give.
Does that go for anything? Is that not putting something equitable up at that point, because you're losing a lot of money for the community?
Well, that could be a good point. I mean, I didn't think about it like that. That could be a stance. What I will say though is that when you got to deal with Godfrey, you got to deal with cash. That's for sure. Okay, and the one thing that the Africans do, and I will tell you why it happens. In Africa, it's not merit-based. So people get by through relationship building to get positions. You know what I mean? Canada is merit-based. UK is merit-based. Either you're good or you're not. YouTube is merit-based. You're good or you're not. You can't fake it, right? Yeah. In Africa, you get by, how are you? Are you okay, sir? You know, kind of, being very performative. Black Americans are more direct. So now when a Black American encounters an African, well, that person is just performative in general. So they be like, I support you. I do this and that. And most Black people are like, yeah, brother, you Black just like us. But when you deal with them, when you really deal with African migrants, immigrants on the continent, that relationship is not really solid like that. But when Africans want...
Exactly, Lee D. Clinton. He did not address the issue. Oshay didn't address it. He didn't address it. He didn't address it. He said the closest he came to addressing it is saying, well, I didn't think of it like that. I didn't think of it like that. I didn't think of it like that. You didn't think at all. No, FBA didn't cause black on black crime to go down. When Tariq even said that? Tariq said something stupid like that. I know he said stuff like black immigrants are the ones who raising the crime. Matter of fact, I do remember him saying something like that, because he said now that we have delineated, all the black immigrant crime is separated from us. So now our crime rate went down. Yes, he did say something like that, but was stupid and a lie when he said it. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with the $9.99. Family, make sure you shouting out Lee D. Clinton. He donated, and make sure you shout out a pimp named Slickback. He donated, and make sure you shout out everybody who donated. Shout them out. Exactly. You teaching. We know Oshay don't really believe in this. He's grifting. He stopped talking about Tariq because he's scared of Tariq. And plus, he realized by bigging up Tariq and following behind him, he could get a big bag on the internet. And he's personally mad because he personally got scammed, allegedly, by some Africans. I'm not even going to say it actually happened. I'm just going to say allegedly. But yeah, shout out to you for coming through with the $9.99. Salute, bro. But yeah, let's keep it going.
To deal with Black Americans, you got to pay. For example, look at what's going on in Ghana. This is just one example. Go to Cape Coast, and they have, Ghana says, we admit to slavery. We're responsible for our part of it. But if you go there, I mean, Juneteenth, you go to the castle. I mean, the castle, they got a white man playing the conductor with a whip and all this stuff, and people crying. And I mean, that'd be $100, right?
It was a slavery reenactment. So what are you saying? It's a slavery reenactment. And also, the Juneteenth celebrations was started in Ghana by African Americans. You forgot Ghana got an African American diaspora? Did you forget that? Did you forget that? Inquiring minds want to know. Did you forget that? Bozo.
Send it in. You know, you know when the African Union wants to market to the $2 trillion spending power of Black America, it's not brotherly love. It's you have resources and we need your skills. You know, but we gotta make it seem like you're getting in touch with your roots and things like that. Which, you know, I've learned a lot about being in Africa. But what I'm saying is, if I fuck with you, I fuck with you. But if you don't, just tell me that. But I've been here long enough, man, to let you know that a lot of people that say that they're your African brothers and sisters, it's not necessarily true. Because a lot of the people attacking me are in France, Pan-African Keyboard Warrior Syndrome. They're in Beverly Hills on the bus stop. You know what I mean? Taking pictures, sitting in the back home. And largely, when that person is working, they're sending money back to Cameroon. You know, they're sending money back to Ghana. They really can't participate in this, but they got to be attached somehow. And the biggest group you can be attached to is the Black American community, because the Black Americans have all the institutions, the political institutions, the Black churches, you know, the HBCU networks, you know, the kind of connections out throughout the whole entire world. And, you know, if you can attest to that, when, you know, you get everything for doing nothing. What Black Americans are saying is, well, at what point do we get something from dealing with you? And largely, I can tell you, you're paying for.
Enough for Oshay. Shout out to Blazing Hot for coming through with the 5. Exactly. So, like again, they get real silent and they get real ignorant when Africans are doing things and reaching their hand and actually putting resources and actually working with the community. They get real silent with that. But then they make it seem like Africans are stealing and mooching and leeching when they're not mooching, stealing, or leeching. Like when they give these examples. Like what's stealing, mooching, or leeching about the example they just gave? He just gave nothing. Oshay is a total weirdo. A total weirdo. Can't make this up. Make sure y'all shouting out Blazing Hot for coming through with that information, because I didn't even know that. Again, he was just claiming that nobody giving nothing back. Now he done switched it all up. Lee, what you talking about? Make a clip about what? What do you want me to make a clip about? Yeah, this is disgusting, bro. I'm about to I feel like I gotta just get off this. I'm gonna let him finish, but this is crazy. Shout out to Lord of Slaughter for coming through with the $4.99. Exactly, Lord of Slaughter. They always trying to center themselves. They always trying to speak for communities they ain't got nothing to do with, and they always trying to center themselves. Like, come on now. Like, stop it, Oshay. Stop it. Shout out to you, bro. Make sure y'all shouting out Lord of Slaughter for coming through with the $4.99.
Everything you're doing with Africans, you're not getting anything for them. Like how you would just, I'm gonna come fuck with you. You ain't gotta pay me to come on.
Yeah.
That's not how the relationship works with most Africans. That's not between Black Americans again. So how often can you feel like that? Like I bought World in Maya. I'm gonna tell you a story. I haven't told it.
Okay, hold up. I have one question. For the Africans that are acting the way that aren't really reciprocal when it comes to value and it's not give and take, are they close to your tax bracket financially? Are they living anywhere near to the level that you're living? Is that why it's not really equitable? Because that I look at that and that comes into play a lot when I look at these type of things.
Oh yeah. I mean, they've been doing even way better than me.
Okay, so that's slimy then.
And there's some Africans are doing like, I mean, if you're a successful African in America, not only are you wildly.
O'Shea, you try to flip the question. He asked about the Africans you are dealing with. Are they close in income to you, the Africans you are dealing with? And the answer is no. Why are you mentioning Africans in America? He's talking about the Africans you deal with on a day-to-day basis, O'Shea. Unless I misheard that. Shout out to Pre-Sale in the building. Pre-Sale, I saw you. I missed that you sent me a Cash App last stream. Thank you. Much appreciated. Everybody make sure y'all clap it up for Pre-Sale for coming through with that. I'm pretty sure he said something stupid like that too. I'm not gonna hold you. I'm pretty sure he said something stupid like that. That somehow FBA is the reason he's getting a new trial when FBA ain't had nothing to do with it. Like, come on now. But again, shout out to you for that Cash App. Everybody, make sure y'all shouting Pre-Sale out.
Smart and intelligent. You have another source of income that most Black Americans don't understand. You know, where there's farming. I mean, people make fun of bushmeat. I mean, I look at bushmeat is a business. You can make $1 million a year in Ghana and Nigeria. It's a real business. So that's even makes it worse because you have so many successful Africans. Even Godfrey couldn't get any money from them for his project. You know, like even Godfrey. So now when you look at Africans, go and look at the Nolan Wells GoFundMe. You might see individual Africans giving. Where's the Nigerian associations? Where's the Caribbean associations? But they'll be there. We support you. We stand with you. But
why aren't you giving? Why aren't you giving? Why aren't you getting? What? I don't know what you mean by that. I'm gonna put you. I gotta put this person on timeout. That just sounded super weird. But anyway, O'Shea, why aren't you giving? You don't know if Nigerians have given. But what we do know is that you didn't give. What we know is none of you FBA bozos gave. Where did Tariq give? Where did Professor Black Truth give? Where did Phil Scott give? Phil Scott is right there in Texas. Why he not covering this every day at the courthouse? Why he ain't reach out to the family? Why he ain't do none of that? Why? Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with another $9.99. Exactly. You teach it. And that's what I keep saying to y'all. FBA is a white nationalist psyop. They literally argue like white nationalists. Everything that they say is something you done heard white nationalists say about Black people. Oh, they trying to replace us. Everything you ever heard, they leeching everything. They bring in crime, this and that. They don't want to assimilate. Everything you ever heard, anything you ever heard, that's where it come from. Like I said, they basically took white, crossed it out, put FBA, and then they took Black and just added the word immigrant to it. That's it. And it reads exactly the same. This is why I did that video with what's her name? Tabitha Speaks. Like everything you saying here, somebody could have did a white nationalist could have made the same argument about Black people being criminals and stuff like that. But yeah, let's keep it going. Shout out to you again for that $9.99. Family, make sure y'all shouting out the pimp named Slickback for supporting the stream. Let's get to this.
Stand with you when they can get something from it. And we should just call that out for what it is. And if that's what it is, then that means that, okay, well, then we should start treating you like how you treat us. And when we start talking like that, then people start to say you're divisive. The reality is that most of these groups, and like I said, when they came to America, they kind of wanted to get over there, the UK. A lot of these brothers are divisive. Take America out. When Africans went to the UK, they had a big beef with the Caribbeans for many years. They were divisive. I believe Africans had a problem in Canada. Am I not lying?
I don't know, man. I look at,
if you look at your history, you can document it. Africans have always been divisive with other black groups wherever they go. South Africa, they're having the same problem. 1983, Ghana, Nigeria says Ghana must go. All right, the 70s.
It's very broad. I don't know which Africans you're speaking about. And then I look at things more individualistic. I don't.
Yes, that's how you're supposed to look at things individually. And also, what does that have to do with Pan-Africanism? And what does that have to do with FBA hate? Remember, FBA is only concerned about what goes on in America. What does it matter to an FBA if Nigerians and Ghanaians don't like each other? What does that matter to an FBA? What does that matter? How does that justify FBA behavior? How does it justify their behavior? Explain. Like you talking, but you're not saying nothing, Oshay. How is that justifying their behavior? What are you trying to say? Like, oh, because they not working together perfectly, that proves Pan-Africanism is fake and it don't work? Is that what you're trying to say? Like this is a nonsensical conversation. Nonsense. Let me see if I could. Yeah, let's speed this up a little bit. Shout out to everybody in the building.
Look at it. Okay, I dealt with a bunch of folks from fuck it, you name an African country, and they slime me. Now all of a sudden I'm looking at them fucked up, and I'm like, nah, that's just a group of motherfuckers. I don't look at it the same way. Like I don't know, man. Because at that point, I've been fucked over by Jamaicans. I'm not gonna have a self-hatred campaign towards my own group. Like I don't know, man.
That's a good point.
Exactly.
And I mean, I agree with what you're saying because, like I said, you're Jamaican and
Guyanese.
Guyanese. Like as individuals, if I fuck with you, I fuck with you, right? But what I'm saying is, if we have these associations, you know, and these associations are saying that they stand with the black community, then as an association, when something like this happens, here you should come with something. In my honest opinion,
my whole thing is when it comes to standing with the community.
If it was them, we would give. You know, I'm saying this. You know, black Americans give 25% of our income in charitable donations every year. We're the most giving people per capita for other people's issues on the planet. Nigerians give too on their issues. But black Americans give the most money out of everybody.
They don't. Certain groups don't agree with certain perspectives that black Americans take. Like when it came to defending Carmelo Anthony, a lot of people are like, yeah, no, he stabbed the motherfucker. We're not defending him. We're not. And then they get looked at as if they're not on code or they're being a tether or something if they simply don't agree. But you said something like there's no flat blackness. We're all different. And the thing that confuses me about the FBA movement is they're trying to delineate, separate for reparations. You are not us. You're not getting our reparations. You're tethering onto reparations. But the African Union and CARICOM put in their own what do they put in? They put in their own proposal to Britain for reparations because they're plies with the British and the French. What was that? Someone hold on.
Oh, I think I heard about that. CARICOM, that's like the Caribbean, Jamaica, Haiti, those people, right?
Yeah, it's the Union for the Caribbean, and then the African Union. They put in their proposals to the English and the French, but they're not. It's a different reparations. Like the Black Americans are going to America for reparations. The Caribbean, we're all going to the UK and France for reparations. In Africa, France, the UK, a little bit of Portugal. So it's different. I think a lot of that is unnecessary, and it creates this online turmoil when no one's actually.
Exactly. It's because, again, this is not about reparations. Again, nothing that Oshay said trying to justify FBA hatred has anything to do with reparations. None of it. Nothing. Nothing he said. Because it's not about reparations. Again, like the brother said, yeah, they talking about, somebody about reparations, but you got CARICOM. They attack CARICOM. Remember, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. It don't matter what people do, they're going to attack it. That's it. Because that's what FBA does. It's an anti-Black immigrant hate group. It's an anti-Black diaspora hate group. It's an anti-African, anti-Black Caribbean, anti-Black Afro-Latino. It's an Afrophobic hate group. That's it. That's it. There's nothing more to it.
Actually fighting for reparations when it comes to the paperwork. They're all filed to different people, different nations, different processes. So I'm like, a lot of that is redundant.
Well, no, I like, for me, when I'm even making my videos, I'm not calling anybody like names. if I make a video on somebody, I have a certain level of evidence that I'm going to use in the video, and I try to make it where it's undeniable. I mean, if you watch any of my video and the point that I'm trying to prove, what I'm trying to prove is pretty much undeniable. That's kind of how I make my videos. And everybody plays a role in our faults in, trying to be collaborative. Are there things I can do better here in Uganda? Sure. And there are things I have to be mindful of. And I love being a part of this community. However, people cannot deal or feel like they got to deal with you if they don't get anything from you. And it's not just Black Americans saying this about working with Africans. I mean, the South Africans are saying the same thing. I mean, somebody talked about, well, why are you guys crying about the Haitians being deported? And I love Haitians. But Bahamas is saying something like Jamaica is saying they don't want them over there. So what I'm saying is it's a lot of hypocrisy that is going on. And as Blacks, fundamentally, if we're going to deal with each other, regardless of who we are, we got to have some level of value for each other. And a lot of us in the Blacks don't.
It's Black people, Oshay, not the Blacks. As Blacks. Just nonsense.
Don't do that. That's across the board. We can all work on that. And when we talk about that discussion, it becomes a lot of shifting the goalpost. What about the white man? Why did I like the poetic Flacco guy? Why not focus on the oppressor instead of tearing down each other? But really, when people talk like that, you find out that they never want to address what your claims are or what your arguments are. And that causes more problems in this diaspora war. And the biggest wars are not even the diaspora. Look at what's going on in northern Nigeria right now, where the northern Muslims are saying, we're all not like that. Like these guys are an extremist group. Why are you guys blaming this on Orthodox or Sunni Islam in northern Nigeria? Even in these countries, there's so many nuances. Here in Uganda, there is the Buganda versus the Ankole. That's a real bigger beef than what we got going on. And really what it is when somebody brings up claims, nobody wants to address the claims of the individual. And it's just, well, you're a hater, or you're upset, or you're jealous because we're Africans or in America, we're doing better than you. Okay, then somebody can eat.
Okay. We're gonna still keep going for the edification of the people. We're gonna complete this. But Mario, what Black Panthers said they ain't helping immigrants? Which Black Panthers you talking about? Well, yeah, let's keep it going.
Easily say, well, your home country, then we could just go over there with a camera right now, and then we could just start filming and see how y'all live. We can look at how y'all live year to year, if that's the case, which I will never do. But do you see how dismissive that can be? You see where that can go? Yeah. So if you're not going to deal in value with Blacks, leave Black people alone. That's just the whole thing. So when I deal with a Ugandan or a Kenyan, I don't be like, oh, you're Ugandan, you're Kenyan, you're not FBA, so I can't fuck with you. I have to give more when I'm an outsider. And here's what all Africans got to understand. If you're not from America and you get an American citizenship, regardless if you have a passport or not, you're an outsider to that community. People are going to look at you. You're not in the community. You got to give more. If I get citizenship in Uganda today, does it matter? No. I'm still an outsider to them. I got to bring them value. There is no way I can deal with Ugandans without giving them something. Now, if you're coming from Caribbean to Canada and there are other Blacks there, you have to give them something. You have to show why you should be in the community, not just because you're Black. And so I think the premise is that Blackness is trying to paint us all with one brush. We all Black. We got the same enemy. We got the same oppressor. But I can tell you right now, and I was probably a little bit before you, we were in the Black Manosphere in the days 2015, 2016, the early days. We had a beef with Christian carriers, shut all our channels down, right? And so we ended up beating that. Want to know what happened? After that, we all started fighting ourselves because the enemy was just these feminist, swirling Black women. Really what the enemy was that Black men just couldn't get along. Yeah. That's really what the problem was, right? And looking back at it, you can't unite with somebody just because you have the same enemy. I can only unite with you if I do something for you. And this is what Pan-Africanism doesn't try to solve. It tries to sweep it underneath the rug, and it doesn't deal with the many nuances and the many moving.
Oh my God, Oshay, you just babbling. The only thing you said that was correct is that y'all, whatever y'all call, what y'all FBA, your manosphere bozos, y'all couldn't get along with each other. Black women wasn't the issue. Y'all just couldn't get along with each other. That's a fact. Shout out to your tech homeboy for coming through with the $4.99. Exactly. Tomato, 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 tomato. Tomato, 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 tomato. Just a babbling grifter. Yes, he knows it. That's why he keep pushing back on Oshay. And instead of Oshay actually addressing what he's saying, he just start babbling and talking about something else. Total waste of time.
Parts, and it doesn't want to address it. And that's why these diaspora wars get worse. You can just remove all the Caribbeans and Black Americans. Just look at South Africa. Look at Southern Africa. Look at what's happening there. It's all the same fundamental infrastructure we're talking about right now. You know,
I'm just trying to keep up a little bit because I'm thinking because you're like Pan-Africanism, but Pan-Africanism is the ideology. It's not like I think sometimes, how am I going to put this? I think what happens sometimes when we make these things like overarching groups, we're calling out groups instead of individuals. A lot of the times we end up with what we got going on in the chat, because in the chat, there's a whole bunch of back and forth, tether this, tether that, a whole, like what it leads to online. It becomes not just, oh, we're having the individuals talk about value and X, Y, and Z. It turns into this weird malice between groups and tribalism, and this group is better because we bring more to the table. And this is the thing that annoys me the most.
Exactly. That's the intent. Divide and conquer, divide and rule. You start instead of addressing individuals, you attack groups. You attack groups, and then it create this us versus them mentality. That was the whole point of FBA. That was the whole point of ADOS. That's the whole point of Freeman. To create these us versus them conversations where you got, like, look right now, you keep trying to get Oshay to talk about individuals, but he still keep talking about groups. And like you said in your chat, that type of talk is leading to what? Us versus them and name calling. And Oshay is constantly contradicting himself. 1 minute Africans don't bang with black people. Next minute they'll have Africans that help you before they help other Africans. Next minute Africans ain't putting nothing to it. Next minute they put stuff to it, but like it don't stop. Like, this is a total waste of time. I don't even know why bro even talked to Oshay. Total waste of time. Like, what was this about? Like, what was accomplished? How long have we been on this? We've been on this for like how long? And nothing has been resolved. Oshay keeps saying the same stuff. You keep pushing back on it, trying to get Oshay to stay on topic. He's not. And then he keep talking about other stuff that ain't got nothing to do with Pan-Africanism or America. Shout out to the Paula Walla in the building. Remember the Paula Walla. Shout out to you in the building. You said shout out to Tariq Nasheed, shout out to FBA all day. Well, you got to shout that out somewhere else, player. Bozo. Get up out of here. Exactly. Double-minded. Double-minded. Speaking out of both sides of his mouth. But let's keep it going.
If somebody is Black American, because of this FBA movement, they feel like they have this participation trophy that they're automatically better and they give more, they bring more to the table instead of somebody like Oshay Duke Jackson, who's an individual who's a Black American who's done X, Y, and Z. They think because they're running under the same flag now that, oh yeah, we're team this, so we can call you X, Y, and Z and you're beneath us because you're not American. So that's what's going on with this weird movement right now.
That is what's happening, Oshay. Now, are you going to address it? Let's see if Oshay addresses it, because that's exactly what's happening. This is some weirdo fake nationalism where you got a bunch of accomplished people trying to brag on the accomplishments of people who would never fuck with them a day in their life. That's what you got going on right now. That's what you got going on. Like, do you actually think Martin Luther King would ever be cool with anybody calling themselves FBA? Malcolm X, even though, the FBA said Malcolm X is not FBA. So Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass. We don't even got to go with people who died. We could go with people who still alive, passed away. We could go with people who still alive. I don't see Jay-Z shouting y'all out. I don't see Beyonce shouting y'all out, even though, Beyonce got her father's lineage is from the Bahamas, and her mother's lineage is Creole. So y'all said she not FBA. But who else? Who else is important? James Clyburn, I don't see him shouting y'all out. Nothing. Only time I ever heard y'all get shouted out about somebody was Ryan Coogler, and he had to take that shout out back. Because he was like, oh, I didn't know what FBA was about. I thought that was just our new name. Take that back.
I think that's just some of the negative pitfalls of any kind of ethno-nationalism, if you want to call that nationalistic mentality. That's what it is. But the same can be said for Jamaicans, Haitians, anybody white supremacists. Everybody kind of has that kind of that belongs to a certain level.
Not really, because there's Asians.
You're gonna have extremists.
There's Asians in Jamaica, and they're born in Jamaica. They've been there.
Exactly. I'm happy you push back on that. Like, oh, you can say that about other groups too. No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't, Oshay. You're looking real stupid right now in this picture. Let me see if I can take a picture of that. Get a picture of that. Of you looking real stupid. There we go. Yeah. Like, come on now. Cut it out. Cut it out. But let's keep it going.
There for generations. They're Jamaican. We don't look at them like, oh, you're less than. Oh, you're Chinese of descent, so we don't call you Jamaican. No, you're Jamaican. In Guyana, half of the population is Indian because in the 1800s, the whites brought over the Indians as indentured servants, and they did their shit too. And 48% of this population is Indian, and like 46, 47 is black, and the rest is like Indo-American, whatever the fuck you call the natives. Right. We're all Guyanese. We're not black Guyanese, brown. We're Guyanese. So it's like we don't do this. Even if you're an immigrant and you move there and your child is now Guyanese, first generation, you're Guyanese. There's this weird thing when it comes to
smaller countries too. I mean,
smaller.
those are really smaller countries. That's what you're saying. But the reality is that this division that's happening has been happening all over the black world at the same time. The real problem, I think, is because of FBA, because they are a part of the Black American lineage, or they are the Black American lineage. Their voice is a lot louder. But worldwide.
Okay, so this is okay. I'm starting to now pick it up. I'm
starting now. You gotta stop that. I saw something in the comments just now. Let me see if I can find the comment. You said Malcolm X is African American. Of course he is. But let's see what Tariq got to say. Let me see if I can find this clip real quick. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's see what Tariq got to say. Let me make sure my audio is good. All right, the audio is not good. Shout out to everybody in the building. Give me a minute. The audio is not good. So, okay. Let's go back to that. Now, let me know if the audio is good, y'all. Put a one in the chat if you can hear it.
Meaning foundational Black Americans. Black Americans who are the foundation of this country. That's the group. And that group includes Dr. Martin Luther King and many other foundational Black Americans who are prominent. You dig? Because people who got a problem with American descendants of slaves, and you got a problem with Harriet Tubman, you got a problem with Malcolm X, not Malcolm, with Martin Luther King, meaning foundational Black Americans, Black Americans who are the foundation of this country. That's the group. And that group includes Dr. Martin Luther King and many other foundational Black Americans who are prominent. You dig? Because people who got a problem with American descendants of slaves, and you got a problem with Harriet Tubman, you got a problem with Malcolm X, not Malcolm, with Martin Luther King.
As y'all heard, Tariq said Malcolm X is not FBA. So I wasn't making that up. You're right, Blazing Hot. Did Dr. Umar Johnson give any money to Nolan Wells' family? Did he give any money to them? Did he even go over there to show support? Nothing. You're right, Justin March. A whole lot of whataboutisms. But yeah, we're going to keep it going. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let me see something. Shout out to Bob Cosmic. Or is that Comic? I can't really see. Cosmic. I think you know it. Yeah, that's Cosmic. Yeah. ADOS, FBA, Kid and Play. And the funny part is their leaders look the same. Yvette looked like Kid. Tariq looked like Play. I heard somebody say that before. But yeah, let's get back to this. Oh, sorry. Audio cut out again. Now I'm having audio problems. Oh, I guess the computer's getting pissed off. They don't want to hear this nonsense no more neither. Tell me if the audio is good. Put one in the chat if the audio is good.
Indian, and like 46, 47 is black, and the rest is like Indo-American, whatever the fuck you call the natives. Right. We're all Guyanese. We're not black Guyanese, brown. We're Guyanese. So it's like we don't do this. Even if you're an immigrant, you move there, and your child is now Guyanese, first generation. You're Guyanese. There's this weird thing when it comes to
smaller countries too. I mean,
smaller.
those are really smaller countries. I see what you're saying, but the reality is that this division that's happening has been happening all over the black world at the same time. The real problem, I think, is because of FBA, because they are a part of the Black American lineage, or they are the Black American lineage. Their voice is a lot louder. But worldwide.
Okay, so this is okay. I'm starting to now pick it up. I'm starting to now understand the main problem as I'm trying to think it through. As a person that is North American, born in Canada, or if you're Nigerian like Godfrey, born in America, your experience is way more North American black experience than it is that of a Jamaican experience or a Guyanese experience or like a Nigerian experience. So we're black in these countries, black in America, black in Canada, but all of a sudden black in America doesn't mean the same thing. If you're black in America, you're building with the community. Now you are, so like there's legit commenters that think they're above somebody like Godfrey, who's done the boycott and done the work for the black community because they're FBA and he's not. They have to.
Exactly. And shout out to Diasporian for that too. Like, is that the new litmus test? I want to know, is that the litmus test? Is that the litmus test for who can be down and who's not? Is that the litmus test? But like the brother is saying, like he keep trying to get Oshay to talk about this. What about all the FBA individuals? See, Oshay don't want to talk about individuals. He keep talking about groups and switching the subject. But bro is trying to figure out, what about the FBA individuals who are running around doing this?
Now Godfrey has to prove to himself to some random idiot in the comment section that thinks, hey, I'm this. It's like almost like white supremacy when you're a poor trailer park trash white person, but you can call a black person a nigger. Now these Americans can just call us tethers. I stand up for the most black causes, and you have a bunch of idiots. Oh, you're a tether babble. You're trying to get our shine and our light. And I'm like, nigga, I'm from Toronto. Do you guys know geography to save your lives? Like, I don't know, man. It's just
I saw. Let me say this. I saw the same thing with Kevin Samuels. If you remember, were you streaming when Kevin Samuels was live?
Yeah.
Do you remember when Kevin Samuels put out the high value man thing?
Yep.
And everybody and their mama was going around kind of just misusing the high value thing, and kind of just like maybe misunderstanding what he was saying and kind of making it kind of like, in a way, bastardizing the high value.
They were remixing it to their own thought. They were putting morals and all this other shit in it. I'm like, bro, he listed out 5 direct things. He talked about network of men, value of X, Y, and Z. I can't remember the particulars, but
I mean, I think that in any kind of popular thing.
Now Oshay is about to make excuses and say that FB, because again, the brother keep trying to get Oshay to answer for what those FBAs is doing, and Oshay keep deflected. Now Oshay is about to say, because again, I didn't watch this, but I'm pretty sure that what he's about to say is that, well, those people don't really know what FBA means, or those people have remixed FBA, or what they're saying is not really FBA is about, which is a lie. All the people pushing hate are the real FBA. They the real FBA. That's what FBA is about.
That can happen. Not here to say that those actions are right for somebody to just call you tether for no reason. It's not, right? But people are going to go to the extremes with anything. And I don't know if you can, if we can help somebody that is going to be extreme on their own. Here's what I feel that we can't help. And there's a lot of good Africans out there. There's a lot of good Caribbean brothers out there. I know that, right? And yes, I can find myself buying into the negativity. But the division that you're seeing today, FBA just has the biggest horn in this. That's because they got the connection to the media, they got the connection to the blogs, they got the connection to the whole world. They can make people cover territory like Roland Martin, like when Tariq Nasheed and the grassroots and the commentators and people that weigh in like me, when we say stuff, really it's really him. But if other people start saying stuff like me, it does carry, people respond to it, right? And then now people start talking about it. It's other commentators better than me talking about this stuff.
But it's based off of what, though? It's based off of your merit. It's based off of the things that you've established and built. It's not based off of the fact that you're simply Black American.
Well, yeah, no. What I'm saying is, let me just get to the argument, because I think the other stuff, I don't know if we can really deal with that. But I think that the division that we're seeing in the Black world, this is the least of the issues. I think that this largely will never go into something where you see physical fighting.
All right, that's enough of that. Reef, how is he being disrespectful and crying? President Jafar is rightfully pointing out that Malcolm X's mother is Guyanese. It's from Grenada. So he's from Grenada. So Malcolm X is Grenadian. That's a fact. Even though his father is African American, he's also from Grenada. He's both. If you're really upset, you need to be taking that energy to the FBA bozos. I just played the leader of FBA saying Malcolm X is not Black American at all. I just played it. He said he's from Grenada. See, this is another thing that I would like to talk about and address. People are responding to what FBA say, and then people say that other people are being disrespectful. How is somebody being disrespectful by responding to what FBA said? If he's both, then you can say he's Grenadian. That if he's both, that's how that go. If he's both, then he's both. Just like what you call it. Who's both? Governor Westmore. He's both. I'm not attacking you. I'm just letting it be known. Because again, I'm bringing some correction here. He is both. You said he attacked you first. Well, oh my goodness. I'm gonna stop commenting on this issue then, because I don't know. I didn't see all that in the comment section. All I saw was what you said. But again, you saying he attacked you first. I'm pretty sure y'all adults, y'all can work that out. I'm just bringing some. I'm bringing some. All right. I don't know what's going on. I didn't see all that. I'm just bringing some clarity. I'm just saying this. Malcolm X is both. We all on the same side here. He's both. Malcolm X is African American and he is Grenadian. He is both. We're not doing the FBA thing over here. We're not doing the FBA thing. He not one or the other. He's both. And he claimed both in life. So we're not doing that. But shout out to you, Reed. Shout out to you. Shout out to President Jafar. I'ma just, because again, I don't know what's going on with that. Y'all adults, y'all handle that. Shout out to both of y'all. I'll bang with both of y'all. Y'all adults, y'all can handle that. Y'all can handle that. Shout out to Purcell. You already know. Like, FBA is the dumbest of the dumb. They're the dumbest of the dumb. But yeah, let's get back to this.
Where you'll see whatever. I think that this is going to be a recalibration of leverage. And I think that's what's happening here when we do deal with African governments. And to be fair, to Africa's part, Benin is offering citizenship, Sierra Leone. So those things are happening too. You're seeing the leverage play out, and there is some parity from the government. But what's happening is that the division amongst a lot of the groups on the continent of Africa, and I'm not trying to say that they're the ones already at fault and we have not played into any of this stuff. That would be stupid. But the division, I see it every day living here. I see it all the time. I see people that cannot get hired because they're not from a tribe or who your political party is. So when we talk about division is very directly related to gatekeeping. So when a person comes from Africa to the United States, they've experienced this level of trauma as it is already. And whether they know it or not, it makes it very difficult for them to participate in something other than what they know. I've seen Africans come to Canada and kill it. Come to the United States and kill it. Get back to Uganda and then forgot everything about being fair. I swear to God. Yeah. And get back into that local mentality of doing the same shit they complain about as to why they had to leave.
So again, what does this have to do with Pan-Africanism? What does this have to do with FBA saying the things that they saying? What does this have to do with that? What? Like, Oshay, you just babbling. Like, how much more time is in this thing? Oh my God. I didn't know it was this much time left. Shit. For the edification of the people, we're gonna complete this. This is insane. Like, Oshay literally won't answer any question and just keep saying the same thing over and over and over again, but a different way. Everything is a what about what the Africans is doing. To everything the brother LT is saying, I would have been booted Oshay after this. The conversation has gotten circular. I keep talking about individuals. You keep talking about what about Africans. We talking about FBA. We talking about Pan-Africanism. Either you're going to address it or you can leave. Because at that point, what is the point of just still talking? Like, he's just getting his babble on. That's all I'm seeing here. Straight babble.
And as a person that sees the stuff in and out every day, like I'm not just a person talking about stuff because I want views. I feel like if my position were to shift, like even me talking to you today, I'm not talking to you just so that I can be right. I'm listening to what you say to see if my perspective can shift. And to a certain degree, it has, right? Like I'm starting to understand a little bit more. And then I will take that to my personal life because there are things I can improve on. But the reality is that a lot of the brothers and sisters from Africa, they are dealing with a certain level of trauma that Black Americans just don't know about. And that survivalism mentality makes it difficult for not only them to work with us, but even with their own people. I've seen schools get funds stolen. I mean, it happens everywhere, but it's worse when you're poor, right? Yeah. I've seen so much division. I mean, if you look at the Daily Monitor, I read it, a little bit here and there. And the problems are immense. And it has something to do with Black Americans. And almost wherever Africans kind of go that have these issues, I was in Poland when the Zimbabweans came, showing us in Indabellis. We would throw parties because the Black students were getting beat up by some of the whites at night. And then the Zimbabweans were fighting. The Nigerians were beefing, the ones in Lublin against the ones in Warsaw, because they wanted who had the better Nigerian Independence Day. I've seen some of this stuff as an African insider to see like, oh shit, this is some real problems that get swept underneath the rug that nobody really knows about. So when you think like that, it's just difficult for you to come and work with somebody else because you have all these underlying, whether it's survivalism issues, like gatekeeping issues. And so now when you come to like United States or you come to another community, it just becomes difficult for you to be valuable to that community because you can be valuable maybe in your career, but that's largely the problem that I think that FBA is trying to explain. And, we're still trying to work with that, but those things exist.
I think there's a difference. There's a difference between the way Africans, I can't like group all Africans, but generally among the continents, most African countries and the way that the people operate, they don't really like to call out their issues and express them so much online. They kind of keep it in house and kind of not, I don't say lie about it or sweep it under the rug, but they don't really air it out as much. I'm seeing them have a lot of issues with Americans just calling out their issues just straight up for what it is, because I generally see Americans as if there's an issue, we're going to speak on it, we're going to deal with it, we're not going to hide it. But the Africans, they don't really get on that way. But then there's a difference with American code or Black American code. There's certain things you don't do or speak out against, and Africans, for some reason, they're speaking out against. So I don't know how we fix this problem, but there's definitely a disconnect. And I think a lot of the content that we're doing online sometimes,
the disconnect is here because of this content that is being happening online. That's why there's so much confusion. Y'all trying to have a good faith conversation with bad faith actors. Like trying to have this conversation with Oshay like he's a good faith actor is a problem. It's a problem. Like when people try to have this conversation with Tariq, he's not a part of the solution. He's a part of the problem. That's it. And one of the things you got to do to solve this problem is subtract the people who are part of the problem. The negative influence. You got to subtract Oshay Duke Jackson. You got to subtract Tariq Nasheed. You got to subtract the new black media. You got to subtract all those bozos and then have a conversation with the people who are left. And then we could get somewhere. The new Negro media. The bozo Negro media
can lead to a further disconnect and people trying to become super tribal against each other.
Well, let me just say this. I'm seeing some of the comments,
I didn't read the super chats.
Yeah, and I'm thankful for the comments. Like I said, this is my brother. I've been wanting to come on the show for a long time. But here's the situation that we have. If we just say we're all Black, we all got the same oppressor, stop the division. Okay? The issue is that none of the needs of either side or any of the sides will ever get met. Okay? This is why Biafra in Nigeria wanted to split. This is what's going on in South Africa. So what's going to happen is it's another way to sweep the things underneath the rug, and the division is already there because it's already been planted. If somebody can't get anything of value from you, then they can't fuck with you. They just can't, because they're wasting their time dealing with you. And so you can say the division is going to stop, but you can only vibe your way so much, And again, you come to Africa, oh man, I had a great time and it's good and everything like that. Okay, then let's see if you get anything tangible. Like, is there anything infrastructural that you'll get? And largely, when you get to that next level, when you got to put up and shut up and treat somebody fairly, there's a reason why these countries support. It's not because they're lacking talent, because Africa got as much talent as anybody else. And when we get to the things that will help build us a better continent, this is one of the reasons, brother. Like, I didn't want to I would end up on your show. You know how much money I could have made for just giving content creations courses, like with the kind of the background. I would say I'm a tier 1 commentator. I'm not the biggest, but people I put on, people I've helped.
Yo, Oshay, you know what pisses me off? When you say, oh, this nigga's better than me. Oh, this nigga's... And I'm like, yo, this bum-ass YouTuber, you're giving too much credit. Yo, this nigga's a better commentator. I'm like, no, they ain't, nigga. What you do that for?
Some of them are better.
Man, come on, man. Like, you said that about Anton before you started cooking Anton. I'm like, Anton's ass, bro. This man, he plays this shitty video from TikTok, stays there for like 3 minutes, says a 1-2s, wraps up the video, 100,000
Well, let me say this. Anton is a better YouTube personality than me.
Of course, I agree with that. Anton Daniels is terrible. A lot of the black conservatives are terrible. That's also a grift. You know how easy it is to run up views being a black conservative, just watching a video and being like, and say one sentence about, oh, this is bad. Oh, this is stupid. Oh, this is dumb. Just like the other dude, the black conservative perspective. He plays videos. He gives no insightful commentary. He giggles like a hoe. And then he runs up a bunch of views. He's a terrible, terrible commentator. He's a great YouTuber. I agree with Oshay with that. A lot of these dudes got YouTube figured out. And we just talking about the numbers in the bag. They got it figured out. They don't got nothing insightful to say. But they got that part of YouTube figured out. They got it down pat. Can't take that away from them.
He's not a better, I mean, I don't think he's a better commentator, but he's a better YouTube person. That is for sure. Anton, I'm gonna tell you why Anton's a better YouTube personality, because Anton has a stronger offline presence with, you know, he'll go here, he'll go there. He knows how to keep things going, how to keep people talking about him. So in terms of that, he's excellent as far as, you know, marketing himself and keeping himself out with. Is he a better commentator than me? Not in a million years. Or he cannot structure videos good or whatever like that. But he is an awesome YouTube person. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
But I have never said I'm a sell a course. Like if you emailed me asking me,
you just was saying that you would have did that. But anyway, maybe I misheard you. You're a bozo. But yeah, Nano, he probably does, probably don't. Oshay just be saying stuff like, again, he keep mentioning random things that have happened in Africa instead of saying focus on the topic. Like, this is getting corny now. It's been corny, but it's getting extra corny now. Extra corny. Yeah, he doesn't, again, he probably doesn't even know anything. He's just mentioning it. Exactly. Like, just nothing but deflecting the whole time. Deflecting the whole time.
and can you help me? I just do it, right? I never brought a tour to Uganda. I never had nobody invest in the country. Why? Because I didn't want my community or even the brothers from Caribbeans or whatever, because they all email me. Yeah. I didn't want none of them to be harmed. And I could have been the niggas doing all the scamming. And you never heard that about me.
Yo, can we talk about Austin Holloman scamming? Can we talk about his various schemes and scams? Because we call out all these other people, but you never called out Austin Holloman.
Well, let me, the thing is, I saw some of the videos. I'm not going to speak on, I know Austin. I just talked to him. I'm actually in Nairobi. I just missed him. So, I don't want to talk about my brother right now because I haven't had, we're going to talk about it offline.
No, man. Oshay, man, you're too loyal to your phone.
All right, look. You won't talk about a scammer you know is scamming. And you talk about, I'll talk about it offline. That's my brother. But you crying about other things that have happened in Africa that ain't got nothing to do with you. But you right here protecting a scammer. You protecting a scammer. You protecting a scammer. Whoever that Austin guy is, you know he a scammer and you protecting him and you be like, yo, that's my brother.
Barbershop.
You're too to the folks,
I heard about the barbershop, I heard about the thing, but like I said, he's like a little brother to me and everything like that. God is not through with him yet. The brother's still coming up. Okay, we're gonna do. We still praying for the brother. You know what I mean? But I heard he had certain things and all that. But as far as me, I love my community. My community did a lot for me, and I will not harm a brother from Guyana or a Ugandan American. I'm not gonna put my community out there to be harmed because they work. I know Ugandans work hard for the man that diaspora. I know that. I know they work hard.
I don't want you to have a negative label or a negative stigma when it comes to being divisive or anything, because there's how much times I've defended you on my platform. Half of my chat is against you when they think you're divisive and you're doing X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, some of them don't understand YouTube. So I'm like, it's okay. They're not content creators. But then other times I'm like, I get how they can get that impression. So you kind of, I don't know. But I think you're doing a good job. I think sometimes people reach and then they kind of extend certain things. But yeah, man.
Oshay is not doing a good job. You need to cut this out. Cut it out. Oshay is not doing a good job. Cut that out. Cut that out. Like, this is coming off as some glaze right now. This man just refused to call out a scammer. And you was talking about that earlier, about that bozo I'm not even gonna call him a bozo because I don't know him enough to call him a bozo. But that dude Austin being a scammer and how people not calling him out. You was just talking about that earlier, and now you got Oshay on your channel being and you asked him about it, and Oshay didn't deny that he's a scammer. He just said he ain't gonna call him out because that's his brother.
Just your audience, like I said, I'm not a person that came on to YouTube necessarily to like be liked or be understood. You know what I mean? And I can see if somebody sees what I'm doing, because I honestly believe that a lot of people that watch your channel and most of us want to see Black people win, right? And because of the depiction of most of us in the Western world has been negative, and they feel like people with my platform, like, yo, you have the power to be like uniting people. Like, why are you talking about the negativity? And I get their point. But if we act like these underlying problems are not there, the issue is that it's going to get worse. And I am seeing it get worse. What you're seeing right now is you're going to have a bunch of Africans that don't even live in Africa anymore. And the closest thing they get to Africa is if what city is what town is Amber Rose from in Africa?
Amber Rose?
Where's the place her mother's from?
I don't know.
They almost beat Argentina in the World Cup.
Egypt.
Cameroon.
No, not Egypt.
Egypt almost.
No, not Cameroon.
Every team almost.
Cape Verdean. Cape Verdean.
From everything.
What's that one small team? It's a small island. What is it called?
Cape Verdean.
Oh, Cape Verde.
Cape Verde.
Okay, yeah.
You know, the thing is, we have so many talented Africans in the diaspora. We have, and we need a lot of help here, by the way. We have so little infrastructural development. Like the average age of Uganda is like 16. The majority of talented people leave, and then what the role they play is the funding of the diaspora in remittances. But on the ground, you know, we don't have a lot of people. The amount of talent pool is too raw and it's too deep. And so these divisions within Africa itself are going to push these people out even more. And you're going to have less talent, and you can only build on what your talent is. And as a person that sees this every day, see a lot of people, when I'm walking around Uganda or Kenya, really Uganda, Kenya's a lot better. I don't go around showing the stuff that I see or the stuff that I talk about that really, really happens, but I see it in real time. Like, I see the problems in real time. And the rate that it's going, if we want to act like it's not going to happen, well, I mean, the single motherhood rate is rising. So you're not going to have the average age of people going to be 16. It's going to be now 12, right? In Uganda, we just had 107 people yesterday crashing the bus 2 days ago.
Yeah,
the bus was too many people. It swerved out of control, hit a boulder, flipped over, and like 30 people died. This happens a lot in Uganda, like all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bad roads. I mean, you see. So now these are the problems that happen, and people act like these are things you can't really talk about. So if we continue to go that way, that's fine. But these problems will just get worse. And I'm gonna tell you what happened. I had a young lady that I used to know. She got killed. She got killed actually while I was in Kenya. And because there are no opportunities, the things that you start to see is women getting robbed, women getting killed. My editor was driving one night and just somebody threw a brick through the window. My car, boom. Yes. You know, and just like these are the things that happen as a result of these things happening. And so now imagine the diaspora coming back and trying to step into that.
Are you sure that bad stuff ain't happening to them because of you? That people know that they affiliated with you? Maybe that's the situation.
And don't know what's going on, then guess who the targets become? We don't know what we're stepping into. So we can continue to deal with it as we can, but the writing will be on the wall. And a lot of the people that are, you know, have an issue with how I'm saying it, well, you don't live in Uganda. You're living in Texas somewhere. You're living in wherever, you know, you're in Asia, you're somewhere else, you're in Canada. You're safe. And when I'm walking down the street all the time, I'm not safe. You know what I mean? Anything can happen. You know, and you know, you go to get sick and get hurt in Kenya or Uganda. If you ain't got no money, let you die right there. I had a guy that got into a car accident, and he's one of my best editors. I used to do skits with him, those little African skits. Him the comic. You remember him?
Yeah.
I used to do skits. He got killed.
Holy shit.
He got killed. I came to I flew to Sacramento from Air France. I got in. By the time my plane landed, I didn't know he died. Somebody said, like, oh, Kim the comic is like, man, you started playing. I was crying like a baby. Like, I have really attached to these people that live here, like they're my own kids. Like, that's why I'm still here. So I would tell people if you don't understand my way of what I see every day, and I don't want to come out and always talk about it, just understand that it's always from a place of love. You might think it's division, but the reality is that we got to have conflict to get to the bottom of the resolution. I know I might not be able to do much, but I think these conversations are needed because I want all the blacks to win.
Yeah.
All of them. And
that's the way I look at it, because even if I'm not a part of the black group that's winning, that's why I don't care when certain groups like they stick together and they build together. If that's the way they could win and uplift their community, that's the way they could win. I'm just looking for everybody to try to win and not tear each other down. But at certain points, I get it. You have to call out some fuckery because if you don't, the fuckery will persist. But for the most part, I want the direction to be of let's build, let's figure out a way we can put together collaborative efforts, strategies to actually help our communities, because we don't want to be last place. We don't want other folks coming and shitting on us when they're immigrants in our countries, like that type of shit. And then we have other Black Africans shitting on us. I'm saying us, like North Americans, when they come to the country. We don't need any of that. I don't like, we can highlight that, but for me, I don't think that does a lot if we're gonna spend, like, sometimes when I look at Tariq's channel and I see this African doing this tether doing this, I'm like, the focus on that doesn't do anything for your collective group. It's just shitting on other Black groups. I'm not saying that you're doing that. I don't even know what the point I'm making right now. I think we've been talking for a very long time. But yo, let me get to these super chats real quick, and then I have like one more question I have to ask you real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Super chats. Scammers also imitate established companies, e.g. CRA. Shout out to CJOJ with $2 super chat. Yeah, there's all sorts of scammers pretending that they are the Canadian Revenue Agency. That's the CRA. All sorts of scams going on. Shout out to Lee with the $10 super chat. Lee says Oshay promotes Tariq and will spread misinformation. He also never calls out the, what is that, the Peach Man?
Maybe Donald Trump.
Oh, the Orange Man. Yeah, the Orange Man will go after Michelle.
Donald Trump is a terrible president. I mean, I'll come out and say that right now. Yes, Donald Trump is terrible. He's horrible.
Oh, shout out to Lee. Shout out to Lee for commenting in that comment section. Shout out to Lee in that comment section for calling Oshay Duke Jackson out. Shout out to Lee. Let's make sure we see that all the way. Because Lee is the one who even told me about this. I didn't even know this was even going on. Lee is the one who told me. That's exactly, and the funny part is that's exactly what Oshay did this whole stream. Sit around promoting misinformation. That's all he did. That's all he did. Your sound is messed up. Put 1 in the chat if the sound is messing up. Put 2 in the chat if it's not messing up. Hey, you can't make this up. Shout out to Lee. Yeah. Let's get back to that. Let's see what Oshay got to say.
Right.
He said we'll go after Michelle Obama and Obama for no reason. Release the e-files. Oshay liked calling people Canadian people a tether. Sorry, the grammar's a little off there, but Oshay liked calling people a Canadian tether. I don't.
I've never called anybody a Canadian tether.
Yeah,
You never did? Oh, Lee came through again.
Heard that either. Shout out to Lee with the $2 super chat. Lee says still promotes Haitians are eating cats and dogs.
I don't ever promote that.
Yeah, I don't know what.
I never met a Haitian I didn't like. By the way, let's talk about like tethers. The Poetic Flacco came out and said, "I'm the one that helped Poetic Flacco with his strategy that blew him up." I didn't tell anybody that. He came out and said,
he didn't speak about that after he made that video. He made that accusation on you. You responded, and then he went silent. What the fuck was that about? Why is he not saying? And why is he not following up?
It was just a lie. Like, I mean, Poetic Flacco was a liar. You know, he was trying to act like I wouldn't help him if he was not African. It was like, you know, at first I was gonna let it go, but again, like he just being. I don't dislike the guy, but you know, when I see stuff about him, I talk about his ass.
Yeah,
it's just being disingenuous. But ultimately, you know, like I said, somebody said, "Oh, Oshay, you went to Uganda because it was poor." Bro, here's the reality, man. When I was living in Europe, I was making the most money that I ever made, and still doing well. I can live anywhere in the world. All right, I'm top 1% creators, hands down. Not to brag. All right, if you look at my track record, that's what I am in the Black sector. I've helped probably the most creators. I have over 500 million lifetime views. I can live anywhere. There's no place in the world that I can live and not be successful. So
exactly. We know that, Oshay. That's the only truth and direct answer you gave today. That you can make money anywhere. But I do believe you did move to Uganda because they do have less money there. I'm not going to hold you. I'm not going to hold you. You didn't move there to help the people. You ain't moved there because you love the people. Shout out to CD No Handle for coming through with the 5. Make sure y'all shouting out CD No Handle. And y'all shout out Lee for lighting fire to Oshay butt. Yes, Trump was always a terrible president. Like, again, he only admitting it right now because he's talking to the dude LT because he know if he try to defend Trump or LT that he's going to get pushback. That's why he doing it. Everybody, make sure y'all shout out CD No Handle for supporting the stream. And make sure y'all continue to support the stream any way y'all can. PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, Super Thanks, Super Chat, Super Sticker. Give somebody a membership. Get your own membership by hitting that join button. Or just send a gift. Much appreciated. I take it all. I take it all. I take it all. But let's keep it going.
That'll be got out the way, okay? So it could be anywhere. It could be in your neighborhood, or I come to your city, live better than you if I wanted to, and nothing you can do about it.
Jeez. Okay, let me get back to the super chat. Shout out to JSSF with the what's that? Welcome to the chat pass. You got a chat pass membership. Shout out to you. What else we got here? Shout out to CJ with the $2 super chat. Don't FBA and FBA don't support what? Don't FBA say FBA don't support money.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, every group can say that we don't support enough. True.
Okay, for some reason, I'm illiterate for a second. Let me read this again. Don't FBA say FBA don't dollar support their projects, and y'all just speak, man. I hate these motherfucking signs and these emojis and shit. I can't read these shit.
That, let me talk about that. This is a good question about a person. Don't FBA say that we don't support? Of course, in the black business, Dr. Amos Wilson said the biggest boycott ever has been blacks not supporting black business. When we talk about that, why is that? A lot of black businesses are fucking entitled. We don't have good service. We don't respect our customers. You know, we typically as restaurants we overcharge.
See, there it go. Remember, like I told y'all, these dudes used to make a living just denigrating and disrespecting black Americans. That's what they used to do. Oh, we don't do this. We not like the white people like this and like that, like this and like that. Like the black immigrants are just a new target of this. Because they found a new grift to follow behind the white nationalist psyop. But before that, all they did was attack black Americans. We ain't this. We ain't that. The white man is this. The white man is that. See, other communities this. The Asian community like this. The Asian community like that. See, we not like them Nigerians. See, we not like them Haitians. Every time, without exception.
You know what I mean? Take all damn day to deliver the order. These are problems that black businesses have because, you know, we kind of just comfortable with each other. And this is something that happens. All African groups can kind of complain about this, but the problem is that when you come into somebody else's community or into somebody else's country, you can't make the same mistake that you was making where you live.
Yeah.
So let's say in Del Paso Heights, there's
shout out to Hood Mistress in the building. Yep. Oshay Dookie Jackson. That's exactly his name now. Oshay Dookie Jackson. Shout out to Hood Mistress in the building. Yeah, let's keep this going.
A nigga shit that, I mean, I'm old now, but let's say, you know, in the hood, you turn your music up all the way. I got there to Poland, so you can't do that in Poland because there's people quiet over there, right? And there's certain things that in Black American culture I can do. I just cannot do it here. It would not be accepted. But a Kenyan or Ugandan can do it. And so I have less room for error. So now when we are black, we got to understand when we're dealing with other groups, we got less room for error. You know, like if I'm dealing with the Somali community in Kenya, I have less room for error to deal with them because if they're going to deal with me, I got to be beating somebody in their community for them to fuck with me. I got to be offering them something. Same thing with the Richards. Now, the problem is that when we all talk about we all black, and then we feel like we can just give each other the worst, and a lot of blacks think like this. You know, fundamentally, we all think we have a just kind of like, okay, this kind of comfortability, we all black.
Exactly. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with the 5. Make sure y'all shouting out a pimp named Slickback and everybody else who donated. Exactly. Tommy had a big platform just sitting around attacking black Americans all day, and all these people like Oshay and them was riding his wave, doing it. And the funny thing about it too, Tommy used to big up black immigrants all the time, and they all used to do it. They all used to do it. You can't make this up. You can't. Shout out to you again for the 5.
And that becomes a problem because now I'm giving you my words. I'm asking for a hookup. I'm not being respectful and shit like that. So now you don't want to fuck with me no more. And I'm mad because you don't want to fuck with me. But the reality is I don't give you no incentive as to why you should fuck with me. And so that's a big issue. You know, if you talk about the, you know, inter-community stuff within the Black American community, I'm pretty sure you can identify that in some of the Caribbean communities. And we can largely identify that in certain African communities. I hear Ugandans talking about that too. Now, but wherever you go, there you are. So now when a Ugandan comes to the Black American community and maintains the same energy, people look at him like he's crazy. Or if a Black American got problems with Del Paso Heights, and you bring your problem there, it looks like you're crazy. Like Jay Rello. Jay Rello took his nigga shit from Gary, Indiana, and brought it to Nairobi, where I'm at right now.
That's facts, yeah.
Right?
That's facts.
And so now they looked at him like he was crazy. But you supposed to leave your nigga shit in Gary, Indiana. You don't bring it to Nairobi, right? Now, the problem is that that's not what happens, though. What typically happens in diaspora relationships is what Jay Rello did for the most part. You take your shit and you bring it over here. The only issue with Jay Rello is we can see it. and it was undeniable, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the other groups, when they do stuff, it's subtle or very passive aggressive, right? But eventually, you start to figure out and decode that language. Like, for example, if an African don't really fuck with you like that, you ain't gonna.
Shout out to J.K. Perkins for coming through with the 2. Whole lot of ones read a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. Thank you for the 2. Yes, they would disrespect black women all day long. That's all they would do. All day long. Their main target was black women. Shout out to Reed David in the building. Thank you for the fire emojis. That's also support, family. Dropping comments, dropping fire emojis. That's also support. Thank you. Let's keep this going.
Just come out and say, "Man, fuck out of here, nigga. Just fuck off." That's how we say it.
Yeah.
Africans, oh, that's great. That's nice. Especially like East Africans. Yeah, I'm gonna get on that. And then, but they never no follow up. And then they see the next time, like ain't nothing happened, right? Now, Black American motherfucker, if we know you doing that, we're gonna get the fuck away from me.
Yeah.
But now, if you do that to African, they're gonna say, "What? How rude are you?" So, like I said, there's no accountability for the fact that you said you're gonna deliver something and then you didn't. Now I'm calling you out on that shit. Now you're gonna turn on me and say I'm the issue. Then after that, they go to their little network, say, "Don't fuck with him. Don't fuck with LTTV. You know, he's rude, he's abrasive, and all that." And that happens a lot behind the scenes. You know, that's what happens all the time. And you can only deal with that so much because, again, it's not all their fault. Because again, that's how a lot of these people grow up over here. You know, not to be direct, but you cannot put direct people, call it like it is type people, with non-direct people or passive aggressive language style people, and expect you're going to get a collaboration. What you're going to get is a lot of problems, and that's what you see.
Yeah.
South Africans are more direct than Malawians, maybe than Zimbabweans, maybe than Somalis, and then the communication language of how it is not straightforward.
Yeah.
So they can't unite because they ain't the same anyway.
It's like being in a workplace and you see the corporate people that are in the corporate structure, and then you go to the back of the warehouse and it's logistics and it's warehouse people. On the warehouse, on the dock, these motherfuckers speak raw, and in the corporate side, it's passive aggressive. It's 2 different languages. It's same company, 2 different languages, 2 different communication styles. So I fully understand that there's a disconnect in that because there's cultural differences almost.
Donald Will says cultural differences get smaller over time. Patience is required. I don't know if that's the case right now because a lot of the Africans have been in the States for, you know, some of them been there for 4 or 5 generations. So if it was getting better over time, I think that we would see something. The difference is that there's not a lot of value being exchanged, and that's what the problem is. And so if there's no value, can nobody fuck with you? So
are you getting good value out of your folks in Uganda right now? Are you doing? Like, is it like one-sided business?
Oh my God, Oshay, when this gonna be over? When is this gonna be over? Like, come on, ask Oshay his last question because he's just babbling and how he's talking about things ain't getting better. Things been better. Things are getting better. Things are getting better. You FBA bozos are the ones who trying to make things worse. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through again with another 5. Exactly. Like Oshay keep trying to pump this. We some black monolith. We all the same, and we communicate with each other so good. We know each other like the back of our hand. We don't really got problems like that. It's these Africans coming over here doing this, doing that. This nonsense. Like, you can't make this stuff up, bro. Can't. It's just insane. Shout out to you again for coming through with another 5. Much appreciated.
Well, I mean, we have our own studio. Actually, I'm about to record a video about Godfrey right now. But my team is like those people I had to prove a lot to, like Joe Nitas, my manager Rachel. Shout out to her, my GM of the studio. You know, we're like it's not even race, right? Like we're so close. Like it's just like, hey, I'm just one of them, and we all the same, which is how it is. But as we've been through, like me and Joe Nita, we didn't have people die in our business. Like we didn't been through hell and back, like not having no money in the business to blowing up to suffering in, and you know what I mean, and going through the changes and stuff like this. So you kind of go to battle with these guys every day, and it's beyond like, oh, that person's Ugandan, or that person's from the north or from the central. So with our studio, yeah, we're good. The problem is like when you try to work with like the private sector, which is how I ended up exposing the Gaba.
Yeah.
When I lost like that $50,000 or whatever, and I'm saying I lost it because I didn't get formalized with Diageo. Because of him, he scammed me. So you know, when you talk about people like that, and this is to throw all Ugandans underneath the bus or African governments, but largely I have talked to African officials, and I heard one guy tell me like, hey, you know, I know you want to talk to me about that, but right now we're talking about my personal project. So if you want to talk to me about that, make an appointment and come back.
Wow.
But like I didn't want to reveal that, but when people talk about doing stuff for Africa, I used to be at one point the largest producer of agricultural content in Uganda, the King Ghana channel. We was doing it during COVID. We used to produce a lot for tourism, things like that. And then there's certain people that you can talk to that just don't care, right? So when you deal with a lot of like African, like the kids that got killed today, you're not supposed to be having 107 kids on a bus, but you know, the transportation officer, you give them a little bit of money so you can just go through. They don't care. Yeah. And so when you talk about that, the people that's living overseas that are African, they understand that happens what I'm talking about. But are they upset because I'm talking about it? But you know why that's happening because you're living in Montreal now, or you're living in Los Angeles now, you're living in Beverly Hills now, you know, and that culture is just, you know, women end up in Dubai. I know women are going to Qatar and god awful things happen to them. Why? Because they have to be vulnerable to make money. So if people don't like me for just, you know, like not just selling Africa as what it is, fine. But you can never say that nobody came to Africa and lost money. I scammed them. I sold them a drink. And, you know, I'm dealing with it the best way that I can. And again, I thank you for having me on. And when I have these discussions with people, I learn from my perspective and from your perspective. You know, so largely, I want everybody to know I love you guys. I know y'all don't like me. Some of y'all, I don't really give a fuck. But I want to see black people
it's
win.
my channel and I have so much haters here. Fuck, who cares about the chat sometimes, man?
Yeah.
Fuck these niggas.
I mean, you can see my contribution in the black YouTube community. I've always tried to help black creators. I didn't care.
You starting to glaze them at the end. It just look like you glazing. I ain't gonna call you a glazer just yet, but you getting there. You're getting there because Oshay is definitely in the wrong. You already know tomato, 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 tomato.
What race they was.
Yeah.
If they, I would help them. You know what I mean? So, brother, we gotta do this again. I'm glad I finally got in.
You said you would help somebody no matter what race they was. So you just proved my point. That you're helping and all this stuff you doing with the Africans has nothing to do with no Pan-Africanist and you want to see them win. Because I said that you did the same, everything you doing in Africa right now. If you was in Poland, you would be doing because you did it in Poland. And if you was in China, you'll be doing it there. This ain't got nothing to do with helping no Africans. We bring that back a little bit. Let's see.
You're not clicking it, so they don't understand that.
Right. But you know, if you listen to the framework, and again, black people are going to continue to keep having this division amongst themselves because there is no incentivization. And when black people feel that,
I think I fast forwarded, but everybody already heard what he said. We heard what he said, so it doesn't matter.
One side or the other, whether it's the diaspora, intercultural, or intercultural, which is tribalism, if they feel like there's no value, you're going to have beefs.
Yep.
And the biggest groups that have the most division are amongst the African community.
Do you think a lot of those folks? Do you think a problem with a lot of African nations is the government structurally kind of trickling down to the citizens? Because a lot of the way they speak about corruption at the top a lot in Africa. A lot of Africans speak about it's corruption. It's corrupt at the top. We can't do X, Y, and Z. That's why we're in America sending money home. The corrupt systems of Africa.
Yeah.
So I think another super chat. Hold on.
Oh, that's THPP Network. That's my brother, man. It's a duo. They be killing. They have some good videos.
I missed a bunch of these. Hold on. What are these?
This guy Lee said, Oshay said Haitians eat cats and dogs. I've never said Haitians eat cats and dogs. This guy here, I don't know who he's talking about. I reacted to a video that said that Haitians were eating cats and dogs. That was the allegation.
Okay.
But bro, if you pull that video up, all my videos up there, you go find the video.
I watch a lot of your videos. I never heard that, so I don't know where that's coming from. But yeah, I'm struggling to scroll up and down these. Okay, so which ones did I not read? Let me just get to the. Are you making a move now? Okay, let me just read this. So Lee. Super chats. Lee says, Oshay, you talking about SA, South Africa, but you don't talk about Orange Man. He is stealing billions and works with Ed Blum. Never addresses anything. Donald Trump, even calling Michelle a monkey. Okay. Shout out to THPP Network with the $10 super chat. THPP Network says, this was a good conversation. Glad I caught it. Shout out to LT and Oshay.
This definitely was not a good conversation. And shout out to Lee again for coming through. I believe you Lee. I believe you. Oshay been lying this whole time. So who else am I supposed to believe? Who am I supposed to believe?
Northern Cali, love my G. Shout out to you. I don't know why my brain did autofill and went straight to LTTV instead of LT, but where else? Let me grab this one too. Shout out to Lee with another $5 super chat. Lee says, Oshay did say that Haitians eat cats and dogs. You promoted it with Tariq's videos, and he said it about 2 months ago. You don't like orange, but voted 3 times. Laughing face. I said, wait, you promoted? Wait, what? I'm so lost.
No. that would have been clipped all over Black YouTube. If I'd have took the video down, it would already be up.
Yeah,
if I said that Haitians eat blacks, yeah, it'd been already.
Yeah, Nana would have been on that or something. Like someone would have said something about that. Shout out to Bebe with the $5 super chat. Bebe says, "Leave my nephew Oshay alone. His mom is from my hometown, Bastrop, LA. FBA all day. Bastrop. Yeah, I pronounced that wrong.
My grandma went to Morehouse High School.
Okay, so shout out to everybody.
Like his vision is blurry. My vision is blurry. Now I got old this year. I can barely see now. Like that's the truth. My vision is fucking blurry, but I believe that super chat Oshay liar. Man, believe whatever the fuck you want. You find that video, whatever it is. I said a lot of terrible shit on this platform that I wish I could take back. That ain't one of them. Right? And like I said, I love Haitians. Who else? I love all these niggas, right? Even the Haitian video I made the other day. I never made a video of a Haitian that I didn't like. There's only one Liberian I don't like, and that's Tariq Flacco. Most people in the groups I meet them all over the world. I like all these niggas. You know, whenever I see somebody when I'm in Dubai, anywhere, I always stop and I talk to everybody. Whatever I'm doing, if I'm eating, I always stop and talk to people. Just like now. You know what I mean? Whoever I meet somebody. So y'all can call stop that. So Oshay got a history of helping Black YouTubers, African YouTubers. I got that history, man. So even if my views on this are worse than what you think, nobody can say that, the real work of what Oshay did. Because a lot of things, trying to tell you this, brother LCTV, it's a lot of stuff that I do behind the scenes, which is nobody's business, that don't nobody know about.
Yeah.
Every day. Which is not me to come on here and try to share that about folks or whatever. You know what I mean? But, you know, there's a reason why I'm telling you that I ain't never been deported. You know, a lot of motherfuckers know me in the government, in the airport, when I go take flights all the time. People know me, right? So if I was supposed to be going, I'd already been going. But man, let me go ahead.
So if you taking all these flights, why you ain't take no flight to America to stand with Nolan Wells' family? How come you ain't do that? Like, come on now. Shout out to Ogo 316. Yes, he's another algorithm chaser, and he is complicit. Facts. Let's keep it going.
So I can go ahead on, brother, and roast it. I gotta set this thing up, family. I'm a big fan of the show. You know, I'll be here in the chat when I can see it. So yeah, man. So thank you for having me on.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we got to do another collab. We got to set up something, man. Shout out to you. Respect for calling in, bro. Respect for calling in, though.
Yeah, you my brother, man. Like, you know, you be getting all my sound bites, so I have to, you know, I'm like, so I have to pay homage, brother. So
the booty clapping sounds.
I'm getting, oh man, listen. And thank you to your chat, man. Like, I know people don't necessarily like, but I would say your chat for the most part. Like, I was over on Dynasty Mirror chat. Like, a lot of them don't like me. That's a real strong pro-Black community over there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the girl hopped on there. She was cussing me out, cussing my mama out. She said she was gonna whoop my ass. So at least it was a lot better. Like your staff, your audience is a lot nicer than Dynasty. I won't even go over there.
Jeez.
So
yeah, we have a small audience today, man. I need to stream more and get more consistent because my crowds have been dropping. That's what happens when you don't stream that often. But it is what it is. We have a good crowd here talking.
I'm pretty sure the crowd is dropping because you got Oshay up there. I'm pretty sure you got Oshay up there and you let him babble. You let him babble and talk around the subject for like how long? Like how long was you going to let him do that? Like ridiculous. But hopefully you finishing it up. And shout out to everybody in the building. I got a question. Should we do something else or should we end this here? Let me know. 1 in the chat if we should end this stream. 2 in the chat or we should just keep going and find something else to talk about. Let me know.
Yeah, man. Shout out to you, man. We're gonna wrap up the show though soon because it's been 2 hours, 2.5 hours.
Yeah, hold on, let me read this. Oshay, remember when you were Tommy Sotomayor? Brother, I have never been a disciple of Tommy Sotomayor, but I will tell you, Tommy Sotomayor is a very talented commentator. The time I came into YouTube, he was undeniably the best Black YouTuber on planet Earth, 100% at that time. No doubt about it. His talent is out of this world. Work ethic out of this world. I could never take that from him. Tommy Sotomayor is elite, even though he's controversial, shit like that. He's down bad in this business. He in his time, couldn't nobody touch him. 100%. Nobody. He was the best guy.
Shout out to Pharaoh in the cut with the $2 super chat. You said my Sue Long.
Did y'all hear all that glazing he was doing? The audio cut out? Yeah, I saw the audio cut out, which makes sense because all that glazing was crazy. For all y'all who didn't hear it, he was glazing Tommy like crazy. Talking about like you try to talk against him, but then you glazed him. Matter of fact, let me see something. Yeah. Let me see something real quick. Let me see something real quick. Matter of fact, that's what we're going to do. I'm going to bring that back. I'm going to bring that back and then we're going to just end it. I'm going to bring that back and we're going to end it. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Oh, shout out to Old Gold 316 for coming through with the 199. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. Thank you. Much appreciated for that. Much appreciated. Let me bring that back. Him glazing Tommy like that.
Than anything I've heard in the FBA movement. He was telling folks to.
The time I came into YouTube, he was undeniable.
Yeah,
hold on, let me read this. Oshay, remember when you were Tommy Disciple? Brother, I have never been a disciple of Tommy Sotomayor, but I will tell you, Tommy Sotomayor is a very talented commentator. The time
You heard what he said, right? Oh, I never been a disciple of Tommy Sotomayor. Yes, you have been. Yes, you have been. And now you about to glaze him like crazy. Let's hear you glaze him. You said you never been a disciple, but you about to glaze right now.
Stream that often, but it is what it is. We have a good crowd here talking. Yeah, man. Shout out to you, man. We're gonna wrap up the show though soon because it's been what 2 hours, 2.5 hours.
Yeah, hold on, let me read this. Oshay, remember when you were Tommy Disciple? Brother, I have never been a disciple of Tommy Sotomayor, but I will tell you, Tommy Sotomayor is a very talented commentator. The time I came into YouTube, he was undeniably the best Black YouTuber on planet Earth, 100% at that time. No doubt about it. His talent is out of this world. Work ethic, out of this world. I could never take that from him. Tommy Sotomayor is elite. Even though he's controversial, shit like that, he's down bad. In this business, he in his time, couldn't nobody touch him. 100%. Nobody. And he was the best guy.
Shout out to Pharaoh in the cut with the $2 super chat. You said my Sulan, delineate, but also elevate, please.
He was saying a lot of bullshit that was anti-Black, but as far as just like talent-wise, he was the best.
Yeah.
Gotta give it to him.
Definitely. All right, man, we're going to wrap up this episode. I don't think I'm going to react to the rest of the Nana thing. Pause. That sounds weird. The Nana video. I'm going to react to that in another video. We have another live stream coming up tonight. We're going to touch on some of those topics because he was saying some things. I think it's in retaliation of what he considers the FBA movement. But the things he was saying was far crazier than anything I've heard in the FBA movement. He was telling folks to tax folks, like double their price if they're getting a taxi, double their price for rent. If you're an employee of a Black American, be lazy.
Oh my goodness. I don't know nothing about that, but I might have to check that out. But yeah, definitely was glazing. Definitely was glazing. Definitely was glazing. This is crazy. The glaze was crazy. But I seen that people said we should keep going. So let me see if I can find something we can keep going to. Is East Coast Kev in the building? East Coast Kev, you still in the building? Exactly, CD no handle. Exactly. I don't want to hear his voice no more. Is East Coast Kev in the building? I guess he not. You said it was Sergeant Willie Pete? I don't think so. I don't think so. I know he was one of the biggest ones doing it, but I don't think Tommy stole it from him and ran with it. I think it's more like a Doggy Diamonds DJ Academic situation where they just happen to be doing similar content. Doggy Diamonds was doing it first, but The content was similar. It's just that DJ Academics blew up with it. I don't think DJ Academics actually copied behind him and stuff like that. Now, shout out to Legault in the building. I did not watch Ant versus the Haitians. Matter of fact, we probably could do that. Shout out to Lee D. Clinton for coming through with the 5 for the overtime. So I guess that could be the overtime. Y'all want the Ant versus the Haitians to be the overtime, or y'all want something else? 1, if you want it to be the overtime. 2, if you don't want it to be the overtime. Matter of fact, I'm going to let Lee D. Clinton pick because he gave the $5 for the overtime. Lee D. Clinton, what you want for the overtime? Since you donated the 5, what you want for the overtime? Let me know. Since you gave the 5 for the overtime, let me know what you want it to be.
He was saying the wildest shit. I'm like, yo, we gotta talk about this.
I mean, that's like a person that would say.
Okay, cool. So we got we got an answer. So we doing Ant CEO versus the Haitians. Let's see. Let's go to that. We got the one. So we're gonna go to that right now. All right. We about to go to it right now. Can everybody see my screen? Oh. Yeah, can y'all see the screen? All right. This is the overtime. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's get to it. Okay. Let's get to it. For all you don't know, this is Ant CEO versus a Haitian man. Let's see how this go down.
You can start it off however you want to, start it off, whatever you want to address.
I guess where should I start at? I guess the comment that you made, or allegedly you made, from the mass Haitian guest you had on there, and he said, reflect that you don't believe Haitians are black. I missed that part. I missed where you said Haitians aren't black, and I want you to kind of clarify what you mean by that, because I've heard this.
Oh no! Oh no! Don't tell me this starting already. I hope this ain't starting. Let's do this again.
You can start it off however you want to, start it off, whatever you want to address.
Oh my God.
I guess where should I start at? I guess the comment that you made, or allegedly you made, from the mass Haitian guest you had on there, and he said, reflect that you don't believe Haitians are black. I missed that part. I missed where you said Haitians aren't black, and I want you to kind of clarify what you mean by that, because I've heard this before, where you say things, people out here, people saying, go back to the country, you guys are this, you guys are that. And I listen to a lot of your content, just curious, just want to pick your brain on it, what you really mean by Haitians aren't really black.
It's no problem. I think you're breaking up a little bit. You good. It's no problem. So when I say Haitians are black, I'm speaking from a place of the term black is a racial identifier, but we know that race is a social construct. Race don't really exist. So when you say black, the way that we view black in America is completely different than the way that the world uses black. We don't use black in the same context, the same structure. It's not the same definition as it is over here. So from anywhere in the world that you go to, when you use the term black, it's specifically talking about a racial category, specifically. But as far as being black in a way that as Americans, as we identify, it's not just because we have a skin color or because we have African descent. It's a whole different entirely different thing that we classify under our ethnic group. So black over here means something different than it would mean in, I don't know, Tanzania, because they would identify with their tribe and they would identify with their country. Black to us is our tribe. That's what I mean. And I can go into further detail, but from the, you know, the foundation of it, that's the way I'm looking at it. And when I say us, I'm not speaking for all Black Americans. I speak for myself. This is the way I think and what I believe.
All right. Shout out to CD No Handle for coming through with the file. No, he is not qualified to break down anything. But I'm happy he said that part about how he only speaking for himself. Even though he's wrong, I'm happy he said he only speaking for himself. I'm happy he said he only speaking for himself. So how much more can I go in on him? Because if he didn't say that was a thing, he just said, "Oh, I'm only speaking for myself." So he gave himself an escape hatch with that one. But Haiti has always been recognized as black, always, always. Even Frederick Douglass will tell you that. Frederick Douglass will tell you that. Well, let's get back to this.
Right. And, you know, I was born and raised in Haiti. You know, I came up here in this country when in 1990, I was around 7, but I didn't know how to speak English. So I was like, well, over 10 years old. So when we came in this country, we always been identified as black. And but growing up in the 90s, we've been told we aren't black. You know, they were saying things like we're African more so. And going back to your point where you said that the foundational Black American.
Wait, hold up. Who told you that you wasn't black in the 90s, but you was an African? Who said that? Who said that? Like, don't tell me you came up here to just agree with Ant CEO, because that's what it sounds like. Y'all starting off real bad. He's starting off with some intelligence. Even though we know he's dumb, he started off with some intelligence to be like, I'm only speaking for myself. Instead of being like the traditional FBA bozo and make it seem like that's the rule and that's how it always is. And now you saying he's correct because you grew up in the 90s and people was telling you you're not black, you African. I want to know where you grew up at. I never heard that one.
They could go back generations, right? You could go back 3-4 generations, and your grandpa, you guys are, your roots are here.
Specifically, I went back 8, not to cut you off, but I went back 8 generations. So even a lot more than just 3 or 4 generations. I went back to 1723.
Right. Yeah. And I agree with you. The same thing could be applied to Haitians, right? We have African roots. You know, we have some of our origins from Africa. So I would say I would say that I'm Haitian more so than I'm African. I'm not African. I'm Haitian. I know I'm Haitian. Right. And I could go back generations, all the way back to 1718. So I know we're more so 1720, but that's how far I could go. I don't like to put labels on things and everything, and I know when I come to the U.S., Haitians don't consider themselves Haitian American that was born in Haiti, right? There's a huge misunderstanding when it comes down to our community, right? Because I was born in the 80s, so when we come to this country and we integrate within the society, we see ourselves as Haitian first, and then we call ourselves Haitians, but we have citizenship. We don't call ourselves Haitian American. Right. Some people might disagree, but the newer generation.
All right, so we doing a whole bunch of disagreeing. Like, y'all audio is choppy, and it's like you basically disagreeing with everything Ant CEO is saying. So let me bring some clarity to the situation. Shout out to everybody in the building. As you can see, family, on my screen, this is a quote from Frederick Douglass. Haiti is the black man's country, now, forever. That's what Frederick Douglass said about Haiti. He gave a whole speech about Haiti being black, and how it's the black man's country and how our pride as being black people come from Haiti. Like I always told y'all, Haiti is the first source of black pride in America. The first source of black pride in America. Like I'm not getting this. Where is this Haitians are not black? This is why I'm saying, like, a lot of y'all sitting around saying the stuff that y'all saying, especially about Haitians, none of our original great black people from right after slavery ended or during slavery to right after it ended would ever bang with y'all. They would never bang with y'all. Imagine Frederick Douglass being cool with somebody who called themselves FBA. Imagine Frederick Douglass sitting around being cool with somebody who disrespected Haiti. Imagine Martin DeLay sitting around being cool with somebody who disrespected Haiti. Not only did you disrespect Haiti, you said Haiti ain't black. Imagine Carter G. Woodson sitting around being cool with somebody who said Haiti ain't black. Imagine this. Like, this is unimaginable. Unimaginable. How can you disrespect Haiti? Of all groups to try to disrespect and talk that you ain't black stuff and we ain't get nothing from y'all and y'all just tethers copying off of us. Haitians, the first queen of black liberation. Let's get back to this. Oh, the audio cut out again. This is crazy. I don't know what's going on with my thing right now. I think it's too much going on right now. I think I got too much stuff running. Or it's the weather. Y'all know, for all y'all people in the Northeast, be good. That weather, that air is, you cannot breathe it. That air is terrible. All my people, don't be trying to breathe that air. Oh, let's get back to this. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to CD No Handle for coming through with another 5. Exactly. Yeah, Justin March, we got a wildfire going on in Canada. So all the air is, for all that nastiness is coming down into New York, New Jersey, all the way down to Pennsylvania. It's crazy right now. So a lot of things is messed up. But yeah, this is nonsense. Well, yeah, let's get back to this. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to CD No Handle for coming through with another 5. Fairly, make sure y'all shouting out CD No Handle. But yeah, let's go.
We don't call ourselves Haitian American. Right. Some people might disagree, but the newer generation put that tag, the tag on it. You find Haitians that are in their 20s and early 30s, they'll call themselves Haitian Americans, because they were born here, they'll call themselves Haitian Americans. But there is no disconnect between Haitians that was born in Haiti and then come over to the US and then look at these Haitians that was born in the US, and then we call ourselves foundational Haitian people. You see what I'm saying? We see ourselves as just one group, right? And then when we see, Jamaicans, we see Trinidadians.
What? I don't know what just happened.
We see Black Americans. We see Black. And I understand what you mean. Black means different to you.
Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know what's going on. Something is messing up. Everything is messing up. It's not working. Give me one moment. If I can't fix this, we'll just have to do it. We have to pick this up tomorrow. We're gonna have to pick this up tomorrow. We're gonna have to pick this up tomorrow. I don't know what's going on, but we might have to pick this up tomorrow. Yes, you can't breathe in that stuff. You cannot breathe. I think that's what's going on with my computer, because for some reason the last 2 days, the internet has been choppy, and it's not just been on my computer; it's been on my phone too. And I think that wildfire and all that other stuff is interfering with my service, because it's not just me; it's other people I've been trying to talk to. They stuff be choppy. I be trying to FaceTime; it be choppy, and it don't. And it's like they be like, "Your stuff is choppy, our stuff is choppy." Yeah, I think the Wi-Fi is tripping. I don't know what's going on, but I might have to just do this tomorrow. I'm sorry, everybody. We're gonna have to finish this tomorrow. I'm gonna start the show off with this. Oh, CD No Handle, you cannot be out there trying to breathe in that air, man. Like, you can't do it. Like, my chest is even hurting a little bit, and I'm in the house. That's why my throat is hurting, my chest is hurting. It's crazy. Yeah, you might need to get in the house. But yeah, let me end this here. But let me give all my shout outs real quick, because I don't want to end it like I did last time without giving the shout outs. So let's do it like this. Matter of fact, let's get off this. Matter of fact, yeah. Shout out to Justin March for coming through and gifting 20 memberships. Family of Justin March gifted you a membership. Make sure you thank him and make sure you keep it going. You could raise it, you could drop it, keep it going. Shout out to him, my first moderator. Shout out to 24 for coming through and gifting 5 memberships. Family of 24 gifted you a membership. Make sure you thank him and make sure you keep it going. Make sure you keep it going. Shout out to 24 for coming through with £5. Shout out to CD No Handle for setting it off with 5. Shout out to Nani for setting it off with the $9.99. Definitely want to see what the bro. I definitely want to see what bro got to say in his video that LT was talking about. Shout out to Ardis for coming through with the 20. Make sure y'all support Ardis. Shout out to Lee D. Clinton for coming through with the 10. Shout out to Yellen for coming through with the €2. Shout out to Focus World TV for coming through with $4.99. Shout out to SI for coming through with the $3. SI 774.95. Shout out to Red Pill Zulu for coming through with the 20. Shout out to Snowman for being a member of the channel for 2 months. Shout out to Madison for being a member of the channel for 3 months. Y'all could go hit that join button and get your own membership. Shout out to Yellen for coming through with €11. Shout out to Diasporian for coming through with the $10. Shout out to Lord of Slaughter for coming through with the $1.99. Shout out to Lee D. Clinton for coming through with the 5. Shout out to Deuces for Growth. Deuces of Growth for coming through with the $4.99. Shout out to Blazing Hot for coming through with the $10. Blazing Hot 99. Shout out to Alex for coming through with the 5. Shout out to Justin March for coming through with the 2. Yeah, we hit the goal today, family. Shout out to everybody who helped me hit my goal today. Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with the 5. Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with another 5. Shout out to Blazing Hot 99 for coming through with another 10. Shout out to Lee D. Clinton for coming through with a 5. Another 5. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with the $9.99. Shout out to Blazing Hot 99 for coming through with the 5. Shout out to Lord of Slaughter for coming through with the $4.99. Also a member of the channel. Make sure y'all get y'all memberships. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with the $9.99. Shout out to your tech homeboy for coming through with the $4.99. Shout out to CD No Handle for coming through with the 5. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with the 5. Shout out to JK Perkins for coming down with the 2. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with the 5. Shout out to Ogo 316 for coming through with the $1.99. Much appreciated. Shout out to Lee D. Clinton for coming through with the 5. Shout out to CD No Handle for coming through with the 5. Shout out to CD No Handle for coming through with another 5. Now let's get to the people who sent gifts. Let me see. Oh, I'm having trouble finding it. Shout out to Reef for sending a gift. Shout out to Reef for sending another gift. Shout out to Irvin Palmer for sending a gift. Shout out to Deuces of Growth for sending another gift. He sent a super thanks and he sent a gift. So shout out to bro for that. Let me see. Hey, what up? Is there more gifts? I can't see. Dang. Let me see. I don't know if anybody else sent another gift. But while I look for that, shout out to Purcell for coming through with the Cash App. Much appreciated. Shout out to Emmanuel for coming through with the Cash App. Shout out to Lee for coming through with the Cash App. Oh, I said shout out to Reef already for coming through with the gift. Okay. Let me see. Did anybody else send a gift? I gotta see. All right. Dang, I can't even see on this thing. I should write this down. That's what I gotta do. I gotta get a piece of paper to write down these gifts. Because they don't even keep track of it. But I think that's all the gifts. That got to be all the gifts. So, yes, shout out to everybody who came through. Much appreciated. Shout out to everybody who supported the stream. Again, support is just as a comment. Dropping comments is support. Hitting that reaction heart is support. Hitting the thumbs up is support. Sharing the stream is support. All that is support. And remember, I'm thankful for all support. Fire emojis is support. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. All support is good support. Subscribing to the channel is support. Hitting that bell is support. Thank you. Thank you. And also, family, remember, you already know BYB. Family, also remember, you can also support me. Best way to support the stream, PayPal, Cash App, Venmo. Just give it to me and let me know if you want to shout out by name or not. Or you want me to read your comment. Also, go subscribe to all my other channels. Like somebody said, they wasn't getting a notification for this. I think it was CD No Handle. Subscribe to all my channels. You'll get the notification one way or the other. But yeah, I'm out of here. Let me see. CD No Handle. If you said something, let me answer your question. I'm confused because they demand. That's the whole point. That's why I said, like, the FBA hate code just be making up stuff. They don't know what they talking about. That they don't know. They don't represent black people. That's why I said, Ant CEO, I got to give him his credit. He using his brain. He used his brain when he said, well, I'm only speaking for myself. That was the smartest thing he ever said. I'm only speaking for myself. Smartest thing he ever said. I'm only speaking for myself. But anyway, I'm going to end this comment here. Everybody stay safe, especially if you're in the Northeast, especially if you're in Canada. That smoke ain't no joke. And on that note, family, peace.